All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Did you survive the full moon last night, this morning? Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, you are doing well. I need to bring my singing bowl over here. So, welcome, everyone. Hope you are doing well. I'm excited to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. But of course, before we get into everything, let us come back to this moment. We'll start off taking a big deep breath together, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable with a slow exhale out, coming back to the here and now in the moment. Then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy as well. So if you want to join me in that deep breath, let's do it. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. It's always so nice. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times. As I do that, we can just let that love energy just permeate our emotions, our stories, our mind, our thoughts, our beliefs, every cell of our physical body, throughout our entire energetic body, filling us up, flowing out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there too, to help raise the vibration of the planet with all that chaos in the outside world. We can come out of the future, come out of the past, come back to this moment, and we can focus on something we're grateful for right now, right here in this moment. That allows us our energy just to rise very quickly, opens us up to receive from spirit, and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So I like that. After the third little gong, I will bring in the magic feather. We'll send out energy. We got all this beautiful full moon in Pisces. Eclipse energy will feel for another 4 to 6 to 8 weeks, depending on your birth chart. But we'll be feeling it for a while. So let's take advantage of that beautiful Pisces connection to the upper world, and we're just going to magnify it out throughout the world. That's what we'll do on the third gong if you want to join me in doing that. All right. So let us dive in and bring in some beautiful energy. So remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. She's just going to sing all night. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Put her back here on her little throne back here. Let her watch over us. All right. So, hey, Zen friends, how are you? Hope you are doing well. I know we got a lot of beautiful energy happening with this Pisces full moon lunar eclipse this morning or late last night, depending on where you were in the world. But wow, dreams galore for sure. So are we all awake? Feel like I worked all night too. I woke up just dreams, I feel like I dreamt all night. But we will stay awake and keep going, right? So welcome. Thank you for being here. If you're new to my channel and do these readings, hey, I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit to find out what we can know from the spirit world, what they'd like to show us, or what we can learn and glean from each other as we listen to each other's readings and see what messages come through. So I love that. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down there in the description area of the stream. And donations do get first priority. So if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom. Just to be aware that it does take 30% of the donation. YouTube takes that for processing. I also, in the description area, I have my Venmo and Cash App, which don't take any fees, and then PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, and they do take some fees, minimum fees compared to 30%. But if you want to pay for the fees, you can click on that little button like on PayPal to pay for fees if you are interested in doing that as well. It's all information, no expectations. Give however you want. I'm just grateful that we're able to do that here on YouTube. So we do have a great group of Zen friends with huge, huge hearts, great senses of humor, and we always have room for more Zen friends. So welcome. Try to keep it a high vibration space of fun and frolicking, laughter and love, right? But that's what we have with all that. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a spiritual piece of cake. We're finishing up using these Moonology manifestation. So you'll get one of those. If you make a donation under $5, then you get a fortune cookie. And we're finishing up with these, the Feral Psychic. They're shorter little messages, but it's you do get a little one to complete out your reading. So that's how that works. I also post a pinned comment at the end of every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I also mention on there if I'm able to finish all readings in that session. If I don't finish anything in the session, then I do come back in the morning and finish those out if I go beyond. I limit to 7 hours. Sometimes we go up to that amount. Last night it was a short one. We only on for a couple hours, but full moon in Pisces was demanding our attention, I feel, because I needed to go and rest and just sit with the moon. So it's always perfect. We can always trust everything unfolds perfectly right. So now we're back refreshed, ready for some more lovely energies coming in. I also have a podcast if you haven't checked that out yet. Here is the link. The link is always listed down in the description area of the video and on my main page as well, where we talk about things to make this path an easier path instead of a harder one, which we know human life probably can't be easy, but it can be easier. And that's what we talk about. This last one that came out this last Monday was Talking to Heaven. And we talk about heaven, perspectives on that, like where is the upper realms, how we can connect with those on the other side and hear from them and speak with them. So if you want to check that out, that's all for free. And then if you haven't seen the updates, I have updated some of my processes for my lives. But after 4 years, having no guidelines whatsoever, I just put some in place. It was time. And so if you want to check that out, it talks about that. Something new I'm offering, which is a chat-only live stream private reading. I have those available, and there's a giveaway that's on that video that I just posted here as well. A chance at winning one of my energetic hedges. which is like a regular $50 value. So, hey, hey, it's creating a pocket of love energy. I have a couple of different ones. I'm working on a new one that'll be coming out soon as well. But you have a chance at winning one of those. The drawing is on September 9th on Debbie O's birthday. Happy birthday. So if you want to find out how to get into that, make sure to watch the full video because it's toward the end that talks about the shh, it's a secret. But now it's not a secret anymore. So I will have two drawings, one for the individuals who did keep the secret in the beginning and watched all the way to the end. And anyone new that watches it going forward, there'll be a second drawing of everyone as well. So that's how that's going to work. Tonight, we're going to continue to use these. We did only use these a couple hours last night, so I'm going to use these tonight again. I really like these. The Whispering Tarot deck, so that's what we'll be using here for the readings. I think I saw the blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, because I can erase this stuff. That was the full moon last night. We don't need that there anymore. All right, we'll move this out of the way. We'll get caught up on the chat here and see where we're at, and then we'll get into reading. So, woohoo. All right, so let's see. I got up to here. We got Debbie O, of course, in the house. Tap, 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 subscribe, and give a little thumbs up. Thank you so much for that. And of course, you're up first for the donations and for the free readings as well. So we got you there. Wink, wink. And then here we've got Maria M9P in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 8 on the free readings. And just an FYI, everyone, if you're wondering, why can there be a list already? When I post, usually when I have an evening session, I'll post the social media and create the whole thing usually 9, 10, 11 a.m., somewhere around there, Mountain Standard Time when I wake up and start getting moving. The chat is available early. You can get in there to put your free readings. You can also make donations using the Super Chat or the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, Google Pay. Any of those, you can do it early and get in line early. So if you're not aware of that, just like to make sure you guys know. All right. And we got Universal Butterfly in the house. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for your postings. I appreciate that in the chat. And of course, for free readings, you are number 7, spiritual number 7. So that's for the free readings. All right. We got Carmel Damon in the house. Hey, Carmel, good to see you. Hello, hello. I got your free reading here. You'll be number 9 on the free reading list there. Very nice. Thank you so much, Laura Edens. Thank you for your lovely comment there. And I do see your Venmo came through, so you'll be number 12 on the donations there. And let me just take a look here and see here. Come on. For the tea gratitude, I love it. And then if you have your question already, or if you want a journal reading, just let me know and I'll get it added on there so that we have it all set. All right. I think that is it for where we're at right now. I'll go down the list really quick here. Just to let you guys know, we have a little visitor with us today. It was gifted to me years ago from one of my Sagittarius friends. It's the Lord Ganesh. You can see that's a better picture of him there. But the remover of obstacles is visiting with us. I usually have him on my altar back here. And when I was lighting the candles, he was like, hey, can I come and watch? And so I was like, you can bring your energy and you can be the remover of obstacles for us. Absolutely. You can always welcome. So he's here watching over us. So for the free readings, we'll have Debbie up first, and then Dason will be second, April will be 3rd, Minnie Hill 4th, Radish 5, Maria P is 6, Butterfly is 7, Maria M 9P is number 8, and then Carmel is number 9. For donations, of course, we have Debbie O up first for a deep dive. And then we've got Lady J for a deep dive. We have Chels for a deep dive. number 3. Number 4 and 5 are Levi Runner. So we've got 2 for you. And then Lady J, we're circling back around for number 6 for another one for you. Maria P, we have 2 for you, number 7 and 8. Lauren Smith, we've got 9 and 10 for you. And then back to Maria P for number 11. And then Lauren Eddins, you'll be number 12 is where we're at here, right? Yeah, remove all my obstacles, little fella. Yeehaw! Brrr, right? Do an elephant sound. All right. So I think let me move these back a little bit. Got to buckle up here and get ready. All right. So let's do a little cheers. I do like to start off with a little thank you guys for all your love and support, all your thumbs up, all your donations, all your comments on my these streams, on my watching my podcast and commenting there, sharing me with other people. Because of what you do, you're helping spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, which allows spirit to get messages out to more and more people. So you're part of that. And I'm so grateful for that. So I always like to give you a little cheers, let you know I love you, I appreciate you, and salud. All right. All right. Yum, yum. I drink my little beet juice. If you guys don't know, it's some good beet juice. I'm not a licensed medical professional, of course, but has some beet juice with a little bit of lemon juice, like I think it's 2 tablespoons of lemon juice or a tablespoon of lemon juice and a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar. And it tastes all good together. Separately, they're all kind of bitter and woo, pungent. But together, they kind of balance each other out. It's really quite tasty. So it's good for your blood pressure and for your liver and for your kidneys and just your health overall. But of course, consult medical professionals before, doing something new, especially if you're taking medication. Sometimes it can lower your blood pressure and you don't want to take it too low because that's called death. So we don't want to do that. We like you hanging around here for now, right? Okay. And we got Ruby G in the house. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And let's get you on the free list. That'll be number 10 on the free list there. My t-shirt today is Keep It Weird. It's an Aquarian shirt. We're kind of the aliens of the zodiac a little bit. We are kind of strange, and we are okay with that. All right. So let us dive in, see what we got going on with Spirit. Thanks, guys, again for being here. So, Debbie O, you are up 1827 is yours. I think I've got your. Debbie O. Oh, Texas Libra. Why do I have Texas Libra? Maybe you're in Libra energy right now. Let's undo that. Evidently, I wasn't quite awake when I first got your donation. There's your correct one. Didn't know you were a Libra, did you? All right. So thank you for your donation. I very much appreciate that. And we will dive in here and see what we got going on here. So first of all, a general from Spirit. Let's see what they want here for you. Virgo Chuck. Yeah, Virgo Chuck. You're like, I'm yeah, maybe we're crossing timelines or something. I don't know. All right. I got this and this. So for your general reading, let's just move on. Oh Lordy. So oh wow. Yeah. So we've got the Empress energy right underneath it. Of course, this beautiful moon. Here's your Cancer moon energy. You got the Empress. This is this beautiful emotional energy, of course. Oh, your mom is a Libra. Well, there you go. There's Mama, Mother Nature. You got Mother Moon and and so that must be your mom coming through. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. But I like this for you. I mean, very big emotional energy that is coming in, and I like this harvesty energy that's coming in. So let's see what they want you to know here. You have the Magician. Wonderful energy with the 8 of Swords. Now, Eight of Swords is about letting go of the thoughts, the beliefs, the mindsets that don't serve you anymore. And I like this that you have the Nine of Pentacles along with it too, which is a lot like the Hermit energy, a lot of Virgo energy coming in here um, with this as well. And with the Magician card, because the Magician, they have like the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups and Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. They have all four areas in front, but I feel like they're talking here about that, especially with this amazing Pisces emotional energy right now, that you have so much emotional power. And it's good to be aware so we can balance our emotional power. But it's almost like they're showing me some sort of movie scene where someone fires a big energy bolt at someone and someone takes it. Instead of getting hit by it or retracting it, they grab it, they add to it, and they forward it on to do something else. And that's what I feel like this emotional energy is coming in here. I feel like they're saying just really sit with that and know that emotions are not a detractor. Emotions aren't something that we want to avoid. It's actually where all of our power comes through, right? It has a That's where our spiritual energy comes through, and that is the powerful place. So it's it's just that's the clogs, the clanky stuff that we are taught that, you know, uh, feels uncomfortable. But as we tune into that higher vibrational emotional energy, we can wield it like a not like a weapon, but it's a powerful thing, not a lower vibrational thing, And I feel like that's important to know because sometimes I know with having a lot of water in our chart, and if you're a huge empath, for any of you, there's a lot of you here that are empaths. Sometimes it feels like a curse, but actually once we are able to wield our power and we kind of like our mutant powers are activated like a mutant movie, right? That you can use it in such powerful ways. And so it's worth it to go through and experience all that comes through. Kind of like they're showing me Superman, like one of the movies where they showed him as a young kid learning and first hearing all the loud noise and seeing skeletons of people and at his out of control powers. In the beginning it freaked him out and it was a horrible experience from his point of view, till later then he's like boom psh, then it's a superpower. So I like that. So that's what they wanted to tell you today is your huge emotional heart is a superpower, it's not a curse. So I like that. All right, and then let's see here what they want you to know about your future gifts. All right, got that. And those two. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so they kind of talked about it a little bit this already, but and then here's Moon again. I mean, Moon, Cancer Moon energy. But on the bottom of the deck, we've got the Nine of Wands. It's interesting that the Virgo energy, because Sun is Leo. I know Sun is Leo energy, but your Sun sign is the thing that is the block. That's what we have to get through because this thing is the troublemaker, right? It's the story. This is the only thing that can limit us when we're out of our when we're in our heart, sitting in our power, not allowing expectations or stories to limit us. Boom, right? So it's a challenge thing. Darn Virgo. But it's also, it helps balance us and make sure we don't become an emotional wreck and kill ourselves or other people too. So we're grateful for our air signiness because I've got air sign, Aquarius and my Capricorn rising to help balance out all my emotions. But your Virgo earth grounding energy and that thinking energy helps keep you balanced too, because otherwise we're way out of balance and then all that emotional energy just spills all over the place. So it's good, right? Virgo Sun, yeah, yeah, making up for your Cancer Moon and other water. I'm sure you have some other water in your chart too, probably. But it's they're bringing that in because they're talking here about, your gifts, the power of emotional choice with the Lover's card coming in here, and the Ace of Wands, where you wield your energy, where you will your emotional energy. And it's learning our power of choice, um, like in a moment, it's fun to learn to choose to be happy. Even if it's like starting off where you're just like, okay, in this moment that I'm neutral, we start off with a neutral moment. I'm going to choose to be happy and I'm going to laugh. Ha ha ha. you know, choose joy and choose higher vibrational love energy and joy and laughter and play. Just choose a higher vibrational emotion and just let it flow and laugh at yourself, laugh with yourself, right? Um, and then realizing that, we could also choose sad energy or angry energy if we want. But when we realize it's usually, realizing that I can be happy if I want. And this is what this is talk about, the Ace of Wands, because that's a big core place of where when we learn that about our empathic abilities, that, you know, the true gift of an empath isn't feeling all the emotions, but being able to choose and push out higher vibration, emotional energy that comes in, right? So I like that. And if anyone's interested in growing your empathic abilities and learning about that, in my podcast series, The Easier Path, episodes 15 through 20, we talk about growing our spiritual gifts, and we do talk a lot about empathic abilities. So yeah, definitely, check it for that. But for you, Debbie, I do feel here, this is all about stepping into your power. This is going to be one of your biggest things is when you realize I get to choose my emotion, and in any moment I walk in somewhere, if I feel a heaviness, you can choose this higher vibrational love energy and have it amplify out as well. Because we have the King of Swords, which is the master of thinking, and the Chariot card too, which is behind the scenes Cancer Moon energy. But this is action and movement energy. And this tells us too, which, the King of Swords, they grant you a gift of the storyteller, of that I can change my story from being something to something else. So your Virgo energy, all that Virgo energy, you can choose to uh, you know, your Cancer Moon energy, you're learning the power of your emotional choices. With your Virgo energy, you can learn the power of your storytelling, and that I'm changing the story about what this means about me. I'm choosing the emotions that go with it. And there's this powerful energy that comes in here. And I feel like that's what they're wanting like to focus on right now, is that that's available for you. So I love that. When you say you have Cancer Moon, you have Pisces. Oh, your Saturn is in Pisces. Your Chiron is in Pisces. Mine are too. That's interesting. And then Scorpio, you have Scorpio in your midheaven, right? Scorpio and your Neptune. Yeah, where's your Neptune? Where your Neptune is at, definitely. Is your Neptune in Pisces too? That's the ruler over Pisces. So, wow, yeah. So you definitely needed. Uh, what are you? All earth and water. You make a lot of mud cakes, which is good. All right. So that's for your future gifts. I feel like that's the big thing they're wanting to bring towards you here. Scorpio, Neptune in the 10th. Oh yeah. So you have the ability to have your life path, like where you gain your sense of worth and even your career in um in spiritual things. So I like that. So all right. So let's see here now. The peanut gallery gets to speak up. So let's see what we got here. So what does Papa O have to say? Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. There we go. We got all three already. And then, yeah, again, it's so funny. they're like, "Your birthday's getting closer." You got the Hermit card again, the Virgo 9-9 energy coming in for your birthday. So they're all I feel like they're getting excited about your birthday because as they're reminding me, they're like, they're gonna have a lot of visitations. It's your special day. They're gonna be with you. They're always with you, but they're gonna be extra present. They're gonna make their presence known a lot here too, right? It's like, woo woo, happy birthday to you. So I love that. So Papa O is up first, and they have temperance. I like this. This is patience, but this is also that you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. And I feel like Papa O has been working on something special for this birthday for you, that he's going to bring in something around this. Um, it's Sagittarius energy. So it's something fiery, but it feels like he's just saying, "I've been working on a surprise for you, but I just want you to know I've been building up, and so you're gonna have something that's gonna happen on your birthday that he's been building up energy around it." He's not telling me what it is, but he's just saying, um, "You can turn anything into a golden opportunity." So I don't know what golden is. There's something, coming in, with that. So I like that. Mama O, she has the 8 of cups. Yep, this is an energy of helping clear away some emotional energy, on your birthday so that you can head off here. Because where this person is headed off to is the 9 of cups, which is an emotional dream come true. So I feel like one of the big things that she is around you on your birthday is she's kind of reinforcing your energetic emotional bubble to keep, like, lower vibrational away. It's almost like she's doing a hedge of mama love around you, going, "No one's gonna talk to my baby girl that way," it's like, it's like this big bubble of love around you that you're just gonna wake up feeling like, "I feel like a hug. I feel like I'm being hugged," and I feel like it's gonna stick with you all day long, and I feel like that's what, she's letting you know. It's almost like, what is that? The advent calendar? Like countdown at Christmas, I feel like this is countdown towards your birthday, which is not too far away. And then, Mr. Chuckles the clown, we got the strength card, Leo energy, and I like this. This is, this me energy, and they're just wanting to say, "This is your big day, this is about you, choose to do things for yourself," right? And whether it's I don't know if you take the day off for your birthday, but it's all about me, me, me. It's in there like and he's saying that's what you're supposed to do for your birthday. It's all about you, baby. So I like that energy coming in, and I feel like they are spotlighting your life because it's almost like they have a big bright light, like one of those big spotlights, and they're spotlighting you for your birthday. They're going to follow you around, and so you're going to feel like you're like being seen and like you're standing out in a positive way. And it's Chuckles is the one that's doing that. So I like that. So big birthday surprise is coming up. I like that for you as well. But I feel like that is what they just wanted to kind of not spill the beans on stuff, but they're like, "Oh, your birthday's coming up." So that's what they have, right? Oh, vacation 2 weeks? Okay, well, that's good. Well, you don't really have to work, you just have to be at work, right? I'm just kidding. Alright. And then a general from your future husband. Let's see what we got coming in here. Get to 1, do this, and then 2 and 3. Alright. All right. Let's see what this is about your husband here, because you got the 7 of cups on the bottom of here. So, there is this energy of I feel like he's saying, you don't have to worry about walking around on eggshells emotionally around me. He's like, I know every emotion is correct. However we're feeling in the moment and how we feel we need to express it is always correct in the moment. And I feel like he has that kind of, awareness. I feel like he learned a lot of that in the court system and, um, you know, working with a lot of people who were, extreme and acting up like they took anger awareness courses and stuff because they knew part of their, maybe it's part of their law degree or something that they wanted to learn about people. And so I feel like they wanted to understand how people act and react. And because if someone's, on the witness stand or someone's doing something and they're freaking out, that they knew how to de escalate them or help them feel more comfortable. And I feel like that's why he's kind of known as a big hearted judge because he knows how to watch out for everyone, not just the, prosecutor, the defense, the witnesses, whoever that they really are, that kind of person. I like that. Uh, then we have the Queen of Wands, which they're like, yeah, I feel like their mama was a fiery. I feel like we talked about her that she has some hot blood in her, right? And so they get it that it's okay to have hot blood, and I feel like they're again with all this the emotions like it's okay. You don't have to be perfect because I'm not perfect. And as far as acting the way we all think everyone is supposed to act and not act right. But he's like, it's okay. You can you don't have to worry about you getting upset and me going, oh, that's it. I will um I will respond, to the situation. So I like that. Right. Thank goodness, right? Yeah, the Two of Wands. Yeah, we got this power of energetic choice, because I feel like they're saying they're aware. They know whatever they focus on, they grow. I feel like they like have watched The Secret, the movie The Secret, and they've really looked into some different spiritual kind of beliefs, and so they're open to, different things that they've experienced and outside the box kind of thinking and awareness, and they are aware that whatever they focus on does grow and expand, and I like that. Yeah, and the Page of Cups. I like this because Page of Cups is like a number it's like an 11 on, on a scale of 1 to 10, right? And they're like, again, he's kinda say, "Girl, you're gonna have a love like you never had before with me." Because you're different, I'm different, and it's a it's not a it's not a job that we're trying to do. It's an experience and an adventure we're on together, and it's a different kind of energy when we look at it that way. So I like that. Oh, Chuck was that way. You felt that way with Chuck anyway. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, from the Moonology. So your piece of cake, your spiritual piece of cake. You've got the new moon in Cancer. All right, there you go. I like it. Relax, relax. So your actual moon, and it's a new moon, and this is the one that's coming up here in a couple weeks. No, not in Cancer. Cancer is earlier. You're Virgo. We're a new moon in Virgo coming up. They're like, no, but this is your energy. So the new moon in Cancer, that would be in because it go Aries. Well, that would have been before Leo, so it would have been like a couple months ago. But it's whenever it is next year. So let's take a look here. New moon in Cancer says this card holds divine feminine energy, and drawing it strongly suggests that goddess energy is on your side. Relax. You and your loved ones are being looked after. Whatever your heart holds dearest is safe and well. This may not be the time to charge at what you want, So think about whether you can approach it from another angle. If someone in your life needs you, nurture them. Nurture and be gentle with yourself too. Your diet may need improving for your own well being. How rude. Manifesting focus. This card is a good omen for family issues, house moves, sales, and or purchases, or someone or something that needs protection. The manifesting mindset says spend time with people you love and who love you. Develop a thicker skin. Cherish what you have, and you'll have more to cherish. I like that. Manifesting tips for connecting with nurturing energy. Call in Archangel Gabriel, who can help you to nurture your own inner child. Draw down the energy of the moon and call in the goddess Selene. Find photos of you with family or the people you love and place them on your altar if you have one. Light a candle, a silver one would be perfect, and bless your family and friends. Your manifesting affirmation is when I nurture myself, life nurtures me back. Of course, the best time to work this moon magic is when the moon is in Cancer or on a Monday, which is Moon's Day, of course. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love that for you. So thank you, thank you, thank you again for your donation. Some wonderful messages coming in for you this fine day. All right. And we will catch up on the chat here, and then we will continue on. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. All right. So we got up to here. We got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. Hey, ho. Who you calling a ho? Not anymore. All right. So many blessings to you. Is there someone especially with you tonight you're feeling a presence, or is it just you? All right, we will that's your question, right? So we will find out. All right. So we've got those. And then we have Olivier Vagara in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I am doing well. Got some good rest last night, even though I dreamt all last night. So I got your free question here. You'll be number 11 on the free readings. All right. So we got those. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, I get you there. All right. And then we also have Gabby Rock. So Gabby Rock, you'll be number 14 on the donations. All right. Got that there. Give that a love and a like there. And we've got Moonlight. Hey, Moonlight. Happy Friday to you. Good to see you. And I see you just got a donation, so we'll grab that here in a moment. But we have Ruby G up first. So Ruby G, thank you for your donation. You'll be number 15 on the list there. And got your question there. So you are all set. And then Moonlight, thank you for your donation. We've got that one there. I hope you have a nice Friday as well. And Ruby, you just want to know what I need to know. Yeah, that's a good thing, right? Let's see, what did you ask here? Okay, I'll add that in there. We'll just make sure. And then Moonlight, as soon as you put out your question, I'll add that on to your list here as well. All right. So I think we're caught up. We'll continue on. So cheers, everybody. We got Donna Marie in the house. Happy Friday. All right. So up next, we got Lady J at 4505. There you go. And we will do a deep dive in here. Not a happy day today. You lost your king. Yeah, I follow Aurora. She's a singer, of course, from Norway. And I saw her, she posted today that, that the guys lost your king today, but, yeah, so, wonderful energy, they're, of course, watching over all of you still. Their beautiful love energy. Alright. So, we'll take a look here. So, Lady J, you wanna know his thoughts on the silhouette photo and the photo of you at the house with the pup and the baby with the man and his dad in the background. Wow. Alright, we'll take a look here and see what we got going on here. So, what are his thoughts on the silhouette photo first? Have that and that. Alright. And then the one with the crowd of people. What were his thoughts on this one here? Oh, and these here. All right. All right. A lot happening in that photo, right? Compared to a silhouette, right? Then there's all this whoosh, one extreme to the other. But on the bottom, overall is energy, King of Cups, a balance between head and heart. Doesn't feel like they went in any big direction up or down. They just kind of stayed, you know, copacetic in a way. It's interesting here because the King of Cups is about, um, it's an energy of like a very compatible person. And I feel like when they looked at that photo, we'll find out more when we look at those, um, that when he saw the photo, like the thought that came across his mind, because we're talking about his thoughts, not his feelings, right? Was, wow, I feel like they're a good match for you. They have all the stuff that I feel you would be happy with. And I feel like that was kind of like this little good for you kind of energy. Like, wow, yeah, they're so compatible for you. I couldn't give you all that, kind of energy. So I like that. I like that kind of perspective. But let's see what his thoughts were on the silhouette photo specifically. We've got the Six of Pentacles. Again, this balanced energy, balancing of the scales. See what else we've got here. The Queen of Cups. Yep, here is this beautiful energy. Why does this remind him of his mother? Yeah, the Queen of Swords. Again, that's like the King of Cups, a balance between head and heart. And the Five of Pentacles. Man, I kind of feel here. I almost feel, did they see that first photo first? Like, not the first photo, the photo with everyone in it first and then the silhouette, or vice versa? Because it almost feels like they kind of, this Five of Pentacles is feeling less than, and there's this mother energy that's kicking in here. Even though they're balanced, like in their reaction response to it, the silhouette first, because there's something within this first photo that reminded them of their mom. I don't know why. This mother energy came in with all this emotional energy, and the Five of Pentacles, it started this energy of the fear being abandoned, being left behind, being left on the cold, being less than it. Something triggered in the silhouette. Maybe it was like their mom had a silhouette photo and it reminded him there's something that triggered, right? Yeah, of your body. And it's almost like his mom had a silhouette picture of, like, yeah, I know, right? They're like, "Mama, mama." No. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But, I feel like it was like, I feel like his mom did something like when she was pregnant, where you could see the silhouette of the belly and all that, and I feel like when he saw that silhouette, he had a flashback of, because it was a silhouette, not because of your body and all that. "You look like you're pregnant." No, it's not that. Damn it, right? Yes. it wasn't your body, it was, it was the silhouette itself kind of energy, right? So it does feel like here that it gave him an odd reaction because they had like a flashback, right? And then about the picture, the with everything going on in it, let's see what they had around that here. So we have the Page of Swords, and they were looking at things from a different perspective. Yep, the Lovers card coming in here. Yeah, like again, this is like they're seeing it differently, and they saw that again, that energy that we had on the bottom. We're like, wow, they seem like this person, whoever's in this picture. It seems like maybe this is like perfect for you. They have the high priestess energy underneath, which is like this stepping away, being alone, trying to see things from a different perspective, working on themselves kind of energy. And I feel like that's kind of where they're at right now. And so their response or their reaction of their mind was was in that kind of aspect of like, wow, it's what a picture. It's almost like the 10 of Pentacles. The 10 of Pentacles does have a dog, a child, the coins, and the castle, and we have all this energy, right? So, there is that energy of that, of all that, right? Yeah, everyone's rooting for him to be single to focus on. So it's really interesting with that energy. That's like the 10 of Pentacles. Let's see what else he had here too. You got the 9 of Swords. Yeah, all the expectations, you know, and that's goes back to their thinking, right? Not their heart, but their thinking that there's a lot of stuff that needs to be, you know, happen, babies, puppies, home, all those things that he thinks that someone wants. It's kind of like this relief, but also they're like, look, it's checking off all the boxes of they have everything that they can offer you, kind of energy. Yeah, we have the Star card, which is again a balancing energy that's coming in with that. The Seven of Pentacles, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and we do have the Hanged Man, which is the cocooning kind of energy that comes in with that. So you're, wondering, you hoping that he's still single. Let's see here, that Hanged Man and these different things kinda feel that way. Yeah, and then we literally get the Hermit for clarity. So I do feel like he's single. The Hermit would state that. So right now it does feel like they're single, like they're not in a relationship, which would, point to them that they are working on themselves. So I like that. Don't you love spirit? Just make it simple. Hermit, yes. Okay, thank you. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too regarding it. But yeah, feels like he's in a spot of happy for other people while I'm working on myself. Except when you're reminded of your mom, which it makes sense that he's like working on his mom and, I mean, not working on his mom, working on things about his mom, kind of energy that's there too. All right. So let's take a look here and see what the fortune. You get a piece of cake here. Spiritual piece of cake. You got the practice gratitude, the last quarter moon in Sagittarius. Interesting. Yeah, it's like he feels like because that picture was always about, um, you know, I feel like she made a big deal about the picture, um, and it was like you made even my birth about you and not me. That's that kind of energy. That's funny. All right. So, last quarter moon in Sagittarius. It says, the good news is that even though you have some issues that need tackling, there's nothing, they're nothing that you can't manage. This is his energy, right? More good news is that the best way for you to clear the air and to reach a breakthrough right now, so you can get your life to go the way you wish to, is to have a good old fashioned laugh. It's all too easy to take life too seriously. So, this card urges you to take a lighter approach to life if you want to manifest your dreams. The manifesting mix says it's great to be earnest, but there's a time and a place. Don't entertain superficial feelings, as these are no better than fake ones. Ooh. Manifesting mindset says be open to life. Being open to life will make you open to manifesting. Get in touch with your mystical side and have fun with it. The manifesting magic says these crystals work especially well for the sign of Sagittarius. Amazonite, gold tiger's eye, blue tiger's eye, citrine, lapis lazuli, or any agate. Choose one and hold it while you meditate, visualizing a stunning blue green light swirling around you. Alternatively, keep your crystal close by as you work through your situation, or use 5 or 6 to make a crystal grid. The manifesting affirmation is life loves me and I love life. And then best time to manifest this magic is when the moon is in Sagittarius, of course. And on Thursdays, today is Jupiter's day. On today's Friday. Why do I think it's Thursday? I don't know. Who knows? Happy Friday, everyone. Jupiter's day was yesterday. This moon must have really I'm missing names and moons and all sorts of fun stuff. But that's what they got for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps. And we do have another one for you. Let me just move these out of the way here. You're number 6 next. So we'll circle back around for that when we get there. All right. Let me catch up on the chat here. So, Moonlight, there is your question. I'll get that added on to your number 16 donation. Okay, very good. All right. And we got Dates and Case in the house. Add to your question, is she also trying to hit on you? All right. We can do that there. And you will be a number 2. I know you were the first one that commented in the chat, so good job. However, someone had already sent me a donation earlier than that and asked to be put on the free list when they sent me that too. So that's why Debbie O is up first when we get to those. But I do have that added on there. So we'll see what Spirit can tell us. And we got Cat Goddess in the house too. Hello, hello. You'll be number 12 on the free readings once we get there. There we go. All right. So I think we are all caught up. We'll continue on here. So we have Chels in the house. Chels, thank you for your donation. And I think I have your name correct. Yes, I sure do. Hi, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. Let me do a quick cheers here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So you haven't asked the past 2 people yet, but another one who's a closer friend just popped up as a potential. All right. So let's find out here. Will they do that? Oh, yeah, the cosine. Yeah, because that's what trigonometry. I think I'm like, yeah. This is much easier. The sine and the cosine. Too funny. Glad you're a nerd like me. All right, let's see here. So what is Joe's response? And then what is the actual result? All right, let's see what we got here. We've got the Queen of Swords, which is this balance between head and heart. And underneath that, you also have the Justice card. We got a little bit of Hanged Man energy underneath that too, which is, slowing down, there's this, and I think we got this in one of your previous readings, right? About this balancing energy, that once we balance out our head and our heart, that's when things move forward. But it's not so much about what we're doing, it's our energy behind what we're doing that's important. So I feel like that's underneath the surface of the reading. So we'll see what unfolds here. But when from Joe, what is their response? Let's see what they got here. We got the Chariot, we got the Two of Cups. So they're very much, this is Cancer Moon action giving energy, and the Sun card too. So we definitely have a lot of this positive action energy. I feel like they might even have. I know they have. It feels like they have a huge heart energy that's here, and a lot of action. Like, let's do it, because I feel like they kind of have that kind of huge heart, right? Very, very much an overgiver, which, like me, I co-signed for 2 vehicles for my first ex and my second ex. Took me time to learn my lesson. 'Cause it's overgiving, overgiving. So it's great that they're in their overgiving part of their life. Yeah, let them learn later, not now. So let's see here, how that goes, if they do agree to co-sign by with is what this kinda tells me, what's the result that comes in. We got the 6 of Pentacles, another balancing card, 6 of Swords, another movement energy, and the 4 of Cups. It's kind of a stagnant energy that's here. Let's see what this other stuff brings in here, because it feels like there's movement on this path, but it's important that we're letting go of some mindsets that allow things to move forward. So we'll have to see what that's about. Let's see what these other 4 cards are. Yeah, Page of Pentacles, a new opportunity and abundance energy. We do have the Temperance, which is, you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. It may take a little bit of time for things to kind of unfold there. You got the 10 of Pentacles, one of the big abundance energies. It's funny, this is what I was talking about with Lady J. We've got the dog and the kid and the man, the father in the background, the old man. It's so funny that it's like the 10 of Pentacles and the 8 of Swords. Yeah, this is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, you know, um, that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I feel like there's possibilities of a great outcome to come from this one, more than the others, but it is kind of hinging on a belief that you have, the story that you have in your head about, you know and I feel it is the has to do with the urgency of wanting to move. What's the story that you've attached to that about what does the situation mean about you? Because I feel like that's why this situation is happening, and if we don't, it's happening for us, and if we don't look at it, then you know what happens, right? They follow you. Whatever situation follows us, somewhere else, we're like, "Oh my god." They get bigger and more of those things, right? Not I don't know if it's just the roaches, right? But there's like, "Oh no, oh no." Yeah. Oh, you could kick his ass. What are you worried about? You're like, "Follow me." Boom, it'd be the last thing you do, buddy. You know how much aggression I have built up? I'm looking for somewhere to release it, so come on. Reminds me of, like, Whoopi Goldberg in one of the movies, Devil in a Blue Dress, Blue Dress. Yeah. But, yeah, so I feel like that. And then your fortune cookie, you have the new moon in Pisces, attune to the divine. So again, this new moon energy, the last new moon in the cycle of new moons before it starts over in Aries again. So there is this ending and beginning energy that comes in. Says you have the opportunity to slip into the flow of life now. When that happens, you want what is happening, and what is happening is what you want. Your manifesting is working perfectly. Just make sure you stay attuned to your higher self, and you'll be well on your way to feeling blissfully happy and in tune with your dreams. Meditation's the best way to connect with your higher self, so practice it if you know how, or try learning from an online instructional video. Above all else, be kind to yourself and others. The manifesting focus, this card is especially a good sign for matters related to spirituality, contacting other realms, taking some time out, or dealing with a fear. Manifesting mindset, the more you can believe that all is well, the more all will be well for you. So that's kind of that energy of gratitude. Let me go into what am I grateful about where I'm living and where I have lived, right? So there's that. Instead of us going in the future, this is all about I am well and I'm so much better off than so many people in the world. And it's that gratitude energy that allows movement. Manifesting tips for creating flow. You can call an Archangel Sandalphon who slips between this world and the next. Call in the energy of the planet Neptune, which guides Pisces. And tonight, before you go to sleep, ask Sandalphon to guide you towards Neptunian energy in your dreams so that you cannot, I'm sorry, so that you can connect with the numinous. Your manifestation affirmation is my conscious dreams create my reality. And the best time to work this moon magic is when the moon is in Pisces today, um, on a Thursday, which is Jupiter's day yesterday. So I think we're still in Pisces moon today. So this is a perfect time to use that magique. So hopefully that helps. That is what they've got for you, my dear. So I like that for you. So many blessings. I know, right? You are very welcome. Thank you. And it seems like this is good. So um time to contact your friend. All right. So many blessings. Enjoy this energy. Then up next, we do have two for Levi Runners. So 10829 is your first one here. Ah, very cool. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. All right. So, Levi, we want to start off first by asking F's thoughts of you. So let's take a look here. See what we've got here. So, what are F's thoughts of you? All right. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more. What else? These cards simmer down. They're wanting to talk to you. There's like all these cards. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Nine of Pentacles. They're in a bit of a hermity energy. Even underneath that, with the Empress coming in, a lot of like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, a lot of self care that's coming in here. Oh, be brutally honest. Oh, don't say that. I'll be lovingly honest. How's that? But we will be honest. Yeah, but there is this energy. They're kind of pulled back for some reason with this Nine of Pentacles, just focusing in on themselves here. So let's see what this is about here because we want to know their thoughts of you. But this energy is like they're really focused in on them right now. So let's see what we have here. We've got the Four of Pentacles. This has a lot to do with their self-worth and focusing in on their own sense of their worth. Let's see what this is about here, because all this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. We have the Queen of Cups, and so there is something going on here. Maybe this is with mom, with that Empress energy and the Queen of Cups. Someone very, very emotional that's got them really questioning their self worth, but it feels not like romantic energy. It feels like a mom energy, someone like an authority mother kind of. It's either mom. I feel like it's mom. It's got to be mom because I'm like it could be grandma if grandma raised him instead of his mom, but it's the mom authority energy that's coming in, and it's like uh just beating them up, and I feel like that's why they're kind of, like, feeling alone for some reason. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, did his mom die? I don't know. We got this death and rebirth energy that's coming in here. But, in this so when they're thinking of you, um, I feel like um, like, it's I feel like a projection kind of energy of experiences that they had with their mom, but I feel like here because I had a feeling like maybe she's not alive, and that's why he has a lot of unresolved things, with this death card, because it feels like there's a lot of this projection of it. Yeah, we got the Judgment card. Yeah, mom childhood wounds, right? I know we all do, right? But I feel like his are significant, above average, not in a good way. But this Judgment card is this resurrection, this pulling, trying to see something from a different perspective. But, we got the Eight of Pentacles. They really have this, it's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, more transformation. It kind of feels like like, I'm wanting to be by myself because I gotta work on my mommy issues, because he feels like there's things that are being triggered, um, and it's not like they're not towards you, but he knows that he's projecting it, and he's just like, I'm getting upset with these things, but it's not because you are doing it from that place, but it's from all this that's coming in here, right? Yeah. So I feel like there is this like wanting to be alone kind of energy right now. And this I feel like the spirit just wanted you to know that, this doesn't have to do with you, but this has to do with them really um being triggered by something. And it's we don't know what mirror we are for people until kaboom, right? We have no idea. Just it could be the way we laugh, and they're like, "Ugh." I used to have when I worked in a call center and I managed, teams and call centers, and I would have they're reminding me of someone that um, did so good on the phone. I actually it was even when I managed our escalated call technical team. We took all the escalations and all the helping everyone work through problems to like our own representatives and stuff. And one of them, she was great at everything until there was this one type of personality. And I recognized it when any time like a call escalated up to me from my reps, I would review it, the calls beforehand to find out is there anything that they can do to, to make it easier for them and improve their skills. And I recognized the same type of voice, the same kind of person. It was this male voice. And when um I had it queued up in the office, and when I had my one-on-one with her, I mentioned that to her. I go, "I think that this person reminds you of someone." Of course, I'm very empathic back then too, which always freaked people out that I just knew stuff, which because spirit knew, right? And I'd be like, "I feel like this reminds you of someone." And they're like, "Huh." And I'm like, "Are you ready? Let me just play it." I hit play, and she's like, "Pff." She goes, "Stop, I know who it is." She goes, "It's my stepfather." She goes, "I" my ex-stepfather, she goes, "I hated him, and he w we w" and that is his voice. I understand it now, and after that, she understood, and I feel like that's kind of what's coming in here too, is he doesn't realize, how he's projecting, and there's things that you're doing that have nothing to do with you, but he's triggering from it, so hopefully that helps. Jill's older white men when you worked in insurance, right? All right. And then your fortune cookie for this one is you have the first quarter moon in Scorpio, which is release your blocks. So, of course, this energy can relate to their energy as well, right? Or, however this relates. But says when it comes to pushing through your fears and any other negative feelings, you're going to have to dig deeper. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself because fear blocks us. Make time to clear any toxic feelings around you. That's what it feels like what he's doing, right? Don't let pride stop you from showing how dearly you want something. It's okay to be vulnerable if you know the people you're dealing with are trustworthy. So think about others as much as yourself. The manifesting mix says there's light and shade in your situation, and you need to embrace it. Don't get stuck on one idea and refuse to budge. The manifesting mindset for them says that, I'm sorry, think what a mental detox would involve for you. For example, avoiding people you argue with and violence on TV, etc. Make time for it soon. So I feel like that's what he's doing, right? Making time for it. Tune in to your manifesting powers. So the sacral chakra, which has to do with our how we relate one-on-one with someone. Root chakra is us and groups. Solar plexus is how we relate to ourselves, right? So the sacral chakra is all about emotions and feelings, located just below your navel and is bright orange in color. So think of the way that water flows. That's how this chakra can help your feelings to flow now. Imagine yourself bathing in a beautiful column of warm orange light. Hold the card to your lower belly, or imagine, and call in the energy by incanting these words. Energies of the first quarter moon in Scorpio, thank you for helping me to clear out energetic debris so I can fulfill my potential. The best time to work that magic is when the moon is in Scorpio and on Tuesday, which is Mars Day, action energy. So, it's interesting, right? I feel like, that's a big piece of their what's going on with them is they're releasing a lot of that emotional stuff, and we can't help it. You we're a perfect mirror always for one another, and, you can't know what they're seeing when they look at you because 'cause we're a mirror. If an elephant looks in the mirror, they see an elephant. We don't know that. A lion looks in a mirror, they see a lion. We don't know. We think they're seeing us, but they're seeing themselves and, or whatever they're needing to see as we are as well, right? So interesting. I like that for you. So hopefully that seems like that helps. And then let me catch up on the chat real quick here, and we will dive in for your second one. Yep, gotta love insurance. Yeah, I was in auto insurance for 20 plus years. Yay. All right. And Twin Flame is in the house. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Hello, hello. And we also have Marilyn XO. So, Marilyn, thank you for your donation via Z Venmo. We'll get you on there. You will be number 17 if you're here right now. If not, when you come in and ask, I will tell you. All right. And I think it's in your email here. You usually put your questions. Yes. All right. So we'll put that there. All right. And then Twin Flame, thank you for your donation. You'll be number 18 currently. All right. Damon. All right. We got you on there. Okay. I think I am all caught up. So we will continue So, Levi, we got your second one here, 12012. Look at that interesting 12012. Right? Beautiful Pisces moon, right, Jojo? I love that. My moon is in Pisces. I have a stellium in Pisces, so I definitely love this moon. Dreams, 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 dreams. All right. So, Levi, I want to know G's thoughts about seeing your pics with a guy and his huge house. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are G's thoughts? Whoa. All right. I know, right? Huge house. Yeah, I know, right? Dramatic pause. Yeah, you gotta keep it interesting, right? Everyone's on the edge of their seats. What? No, it's not that kind of channel. PG, PG-17, right? All right. So let's see here. Their thoughts. Now, underneath the surface, on the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Wands, which is a bit of, uh, conflicting energy that comes in there. So definitely the mind more conflicting with their heart, kind of a that, popped in. Let's see what the three cards are here for what their thoughts are, though. Yeah, they have the Two of Cups. Interesting. Relationship energy, but I feel like they were wondering, are you dating them? Are you guys in a relationship? I feel like they went to that, um, because they were, like, immediately it feels like they're immediately inquisitive. "Oh, is that what's going on?" You know, kind of energy. Like a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of and jealousy is fear, which has to do with our inadequacy or our fear of not being enough, not having enough energy. And I feel like there was something in there that comparison kicked in, which when we talk a lot about humans' reactions, especially a lot of not to stereotype, but we talk about men, right? How there is this kind of hunter provider energy that's built into, the masculine energy. And so anyone that has a lot of masculine energy will, even if they're not mentally going, I want to be with someone, still or again or whatever, when they see someone that was on their radar, they want all the toys, and I want the toys to be available to me unless I find a toy that I'm just gonna commit to. Then everyone else can have the toys, but I get to give it away. But when I see someone maybe gonna take one of my toys, it's like, "Oh, oh," I gotta do the caveman, "Oh, oh, oh," energy that kicks in of mine, and I feel like that's kind of the energy that came in a little bit here, if that resonates, right? Yeah, we have the Six of Swords, and since we're talking about thoughts and not emotions, the Six of Swords energy is this trying to see things differently. So the first reaction, once we calm down and get out of that and come back into our intelligent, or at least our non-caveman brain, you grew up in, yeah, so you got it right. That they try to look at it differently and go, okay, let's not jump to conclusions. This is curious. This is interesting. Let's look at this differently. It takes us from choppy waters to calmer waters, right? But yeah, definitely. And they had a lot of emotions below the surface too, Seven of Cups, which obviously, like we said, they had the caveman emotion. That's all I'll call it from now on, the caveman emotion. And then they had the, happy emotions. I'm sensing like, well, good for you. If you're dating that guy, good for you. You deserve that. And then the fear emotions are there too. So a lot of emotional confusion that came in. So they had mental conflict, emotional confusion, but then they calmed down once they got out of that mindset. So interesting. I'm glad you get it. You're like, yeah, it's like Tim the Toolman when he would do, oh, 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 oh. It's that kind of energy. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is. For this one, you get the Pharaoh Psychic Oracles. Let's see what we get here for your fortune cookie here. All right. What is this? We've got aligned souls. Just always know when there's a bird flying over your head, do not look up. This kind of connection won't demand your sacrifice. It will mirror your strength. Interesting. This kind of connection won't demand your sacrifice. It will mirror your strength. So again, all this mirroring energy we talked about in your previous one and in this one too. It's like, how do I how does that resonate with me? How I feel like they think they would see me? How in some way do I feel myself as well, right? On the nose? All right, very good. Oh my. I know these fortune cookies, right? Yum, 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 but wow, they bite. They have a little jalapeno bite to them sometimes. All right, so that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. Very grateful. So good to see you. Hope you have a great night. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. All right. So we did those. We got those. And we got Twin Speaker in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. Yep, absolutely. Do you have a specific question or do you want a general on there, Twin Speaker? Yep, I have a Pisces stellium. I have my moon, and then I have my Venus and Mercury. So Mercury closest to the sun. Mercury, Venus, and my moon. So my three interpersonal ones. Saturn, and then my Chiron. So I've got 5 in Pisces. And you're Aquarius quadruple. Very nice. Yeah, I've got I'm an Aquarius sun, so I love it. Yeah, the eclipse was nice. Years ago, it would have killed me. Emotionally, would have exploded, but that's what pops in there, right? Yeah. And I've got some Scorpio, and I don't know if I have any Cancer. I don't think I have Cancer, but I have Scorpio. There's a lot of, and I have a water trine. I have a grand water trine and then a mini water trine, which creates a kite of water, which, if you know about kites in astrology, that's even bizarre and rare, kind of weird energy. And I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? Scorpio rising. Oh, I love that. Aquarius, sun, and moon. Ah, that's why I like it. All right. So I'll get you on here, Twin Speaker. You wanted to get on, you sit up here, right? Yep, on the free list here. So I got you on there. I didn't see a question, so let me know if you want a general or etc. Okay, I'll stay. So I have your spot saved, and we got Donna Marie. I see your question as well. Whoops. There we go. So we'll get you on there. So Twin Speaker, you'd be number 13. Donna Marie, you're number 14. So we got you there. Yeah, it's interesting. And it's the planets that create because they're aligned just like a kite when you look at your chart. Don't think maybe, I don't know, did I save it? Hold on a sec. just just for purposes. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Is it in here? Collection. Oh yeah, here it is. So let's see if it'll focus. So you see how it looks like a kite? That's the grand trine. Isn't that interesting? Dun, 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 dun. I know. It's so wonderful how we can learn about, ourselves and, things. I learned that when I was studying with, Annette Botticelli. She was that Annette? Annie. No, it's Annie Botticelli. I was like, "Where did that come from?" And they had, like, a group chat that you could do, and everyone was like, "Post your birth chart," and I didn't, and someone was like, "Oh my god, I never thought I would see a kite," and they went on about it, and I was like, "Well, I never knew about that either," so it definitely was something, uh, unique and different that I had never heard of, so and who knew? Who knew? Alright, let me catch up here real quick, and then we'll get back into those. Mm. Water, earth, and air. Yeah, eclipse messing up. Yeah. Where's your fire? You know, it's interesting, I read a book called The Missing Element, 'cause I don't have a ton of fire in my chart either, but we all have everything, like, we all have every zodiac, we all have 12 houses. So even if the house is empty where there's not a planet in it, we still have fire. It's just not as prominent as the other things that are there, you know? So interesting, right? Oh, yeah, I have Scorpio, my south node is Scorpio, my north node is Taurus. A lot of Aquarius placements. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, right? Yeah. Wow, that's funny. That it would explain a lot. You're so funny, Chels. Alright. Interesting. So thank you guys so much, for your interest in there. I think I am all caught up on things. We'll get back into the readings here. So thank you guys so much. Alright. So Lady J, we're circling back around for years here, 13231 is yours. Alright. So let's take a look here and see what we got. So, did those photos make him compare or think about what he has or doesn't have? Like, is he comparing his current connection, anything in the settings of the photos, anything, right? Oh, that's interesting. Everyone getting over their mother energy, right? In their north node. Oh, that's interesting because the north node is what we're moving toward. The south node is what we're born into. So it's like everyone trying to become their mother. Interesting. All right. So let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Yeah, but still, with what he had, well, we can look at all that, right? Don't remind me of my mother. Okay. So we got 1 and 2. What else? All right. So interesting. I do feel here with the Ace of Wands on the bottom is a spark energy, right? That we had there. We had the Two of Swords as one of your 3 cards with this too, which is can be comparison energy, right? Um, Looking at 2 different avenues, 2 different paths kind of energy. So definitely a comparison energy that was coming in here. The 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups energy. This is stagnant emotional energy. And it is an interesting kind of feel to it because it's like not so much and it's like it's not so much about what he's had before. kind of going back to a little bit to your previous reading, it kind of I feel like it kind of adds on to that where they're realizing what they feel they could give to others is boring. The 4 of Cups, it's like, it's just unfulfilling what I can give to others, but what others can give to me as well, that they're recognizing the stagnancy that's there, right? And it has to do with, how we probably have talked about before, like, I can't love anyone else more than I love myself, so I love myself this much. I I can't put out a whole lot of love, and I can't receive a whole lot back either. And so I'm realizing that my relationships, in comparison to what I see you experiencing and expressing possibly, is, wow, you know, that's, you know, uh, is a change. And they're realizing a lot of theirs is fire energy, right? So we have the 5 of Swords as well, which is a conflict between head and heart. And I feel like it's a good comparison energy because until we are in a place where we can recognize it and see it, we won't see it anyway, right? So he could have it was all around us all along, but until we are looking for it, then we start seeing it everywhere. It's like when you're looking at um you learn something about Volkswagen bugs, and then you see them everywhere where they were always around us. We just weren't paying attention to them, but now we're focusing on it. And I feel like this kind of just is helping part of their journey is they're recognizing it because they started working on themselves. They're like, wow, huh, and that. And I feel like they're putting like 2 and 2 together. Um, and should it be concerning? There's no shoulds, It can be concerning if they want it to be, or not if we don't want it to be. It's just a journey of life. It's all of you know, our experiences. I feel like if they want something more, then they know there's something else that they can work at and growing up, opening up their conduit of self-love so that their ability to give and receive love in the outside world can go up. So I feel like it's good, right? Yeah. Yeah, right now, especially, right? He doesn't feel like he can give because it's squeaky. It's like drip, drip, but he also can't receive. It's drip, drip. That's why it's this stagnancy energy. I don't feel that emotional flow kind of energy. So I like that. So let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here. But I do feel like it's allowing them to see things, but also reflective. I feel like it's not um, exclusive. I feel like they've been seeing things, and I just like yours is just adding right along other stuff that they're seeing. Here's confirmation, here's confirmation, here's confirmation. So I feel like they're getting a lot of that reflective energy, which is interesting, right? Your fortune cookie is unfinished karma. Uh-oh. They've got more it says, "You think you're done, but your energy's still circling the lesson you refused to fully claim." So that's his energy, right? You think you're done, but no, your energy is still circling the lesson you refused to fully claim. So now they're, you know, "Oh, I get it." No, you don't. You're gonna get it, but you're getting it. But he's about to get it. Big epiphanies in a positive way, right? So I like that. Right. So that's what I got for you, Lady J. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. And so twins Pika, here is your question. I'll get that over here. Got you there. And Marilyn XO. Hey, Marilyn, good to see you. You are number 17. And yes, you can absolutely change it. You can either you can either put it on here, or if you want to email me, whatever is easier for you to do. My email is bradazen@gmail.com. It's down in the description area of the video, if you need that. But here it is if you need it. Yeah, so we can just update that. I'll put here update question. So I'll make sure I look for that just in case. I'll probably catch it right away, but it's always good to have a backup plan for Red to Z here. All right. Hopefully he gets it soon and not do this rigmarole again and again and again. We love the universal lessons. Yeah. That's the thing, they'll get it at the exact time that they wanna get it, and not any time sooner. So if they need to go in circles some more, then, I know it took me like 5 relationships before I got the big epiphany, of a lot of stuff. So that's the long-term ones. That's not the little short ones in between either. It's like we do as humans love learning the hard way. For sure. It's fun stuff. That's right. All right. So cheers, everybody. We'll jump back in. We got 2 for Maria P coming up here next, and then 2 for Lauren Smith, and then back to Maria P after that. Oh, isn't that great? Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad at all. I think mine were yeah, mine were all from I was a late bloomer. My first real relationship was when I was 29, and then I think it was I had a 3-year, a 2-year, a 3-year. No, wait, that's not right. A 3-year and a 1-year, and then a 3-year, and then a 1-year. Then I was single for 3 years, and then I had a 1-year. So I'd been 4 more. What so that I was past that. You still beat me, Chell, so cheers, you win. All right. Got that out of the way there. All right, so let's jump back in here. We got Maria P, 142, 35 is for your first one here. So thank you for your dual donations. Oh, and I have it over here ready. So let's take a look here. Actually, your tres donations. Just there's a couple in between your last one. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's see what we got coming in. Oh, none of those. All right. Thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right. And then what's coming for us next week? Was he okay when you said, let's meet better Monday? Not no other women. Okay. Let's take a look here. See what we got going on here, right? Yeah, the bottom of the deck, we do have the, heartbreak card, right? The expectations equal disappointment, this heartbreak. And I feel like his energy, I feel like, he's been in that energy since you broke it off and then took him back when he begged you, right? And it's like when you have to beg to come back, it's not, you don't feel like you're on solid ground. You feel like you're on shaky ground, right? Um, because nothing changed, nothing changed in the hours that we were apart. And it's like we're just going back and let's go around one more time around the merry-go-round before are you going to leap off again? Kind of energy that comes in here. When we're asking about Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, we got the 4 of Pentacles, which is this solid, you know, energy, but it's also this focus in on our self-worth. And I feel like he's really with that 3 of Swords and the 4 of Pentacles right now, he's really shaken in a lot of different directions because like he's defining himself by his relationships, by his job, education, by his home, his money, his body, his, possessions. And with that 3 of Swords, it just feels like I'm in this kind of hyper aware fight or flight energy. So if he's acting weird, you know why? Because there is that fight or flight energy that's there. This feeling of loss that if this card falls, the whole house of cards falls, kind of energy. Like, is my life going to fall apart? And so he's got that energy going on right now. What's coming up for you guys next week? Well, got the 5 of Wands. There is some conflicting energy here. This is the drama and battling. Uh, So there can be some, you know, stuff that comes back around here. I just feel like it's inevitable, that there's going to be more because we kind of pacified yourself for a moment. You blew steam and then you were like, okay, it's over. We're done. I don't want this anymore. Da 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 da. And then you were free, and then they're like, come on, take me back." And then you're like, "Okay, pressure cooker lid back on, locked." The pressure starts building up again, right? I feel like it gets hotter and hotter, and it blows sooner and sooner and sooner because we're becoming more and more impatient, right? And you're like, I didn't the other times you got back together is because your heart was like, "Oh, I wanna be back together with you. I don't wanna be without you." Now you're like, "I'll do it for you." It's different, right? I feel the difference in your energy. Um, and then was he okay when you said, "Let's meet, uh, better Monday, not no other woman?" Yeah, we have the magician, energy that comes in here, which is a positive. It's ruled by Mercury, communication. So I felt like they liked the communication, but at this point, with you being the magician, it's almost like he's the magician's assistant and you're the one doing magic on stage. So it's like pretty much I feel like he's like so about what you're wanting, not about what he wants because he knows he's on the very edge coming in here. So interesting, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Men, I swear. Any men here, of course, you're excluded. All right. Yeah. Look at this. I got unhealed history, which says what you haven't healed keeps looping until it's faced, and it's not going to vanish with time alone. Wow. Kind of what we were saying, right? Boom, boom, boom. All right. So that's that one. All right. And then for your next one here, we've got 14815. So number two. And so work for you next week. Laura's thoughts on you today. And you took today off with the kiddos. Oh, good. So her thoughts on that, right? So you took the day off. Let's take a look. So work for you next week. All right. And then Laura's thoughts on you today. This one for that. And then her thoughts on you taking today off, right? All right. Yeah, bottom of the deck. So just about work in general, we've got the Eight of Swords, which is all about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around work that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, So it's getting out of your head, some old mindsets of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, right? What is it that you think what is work supposed to bring you? What's the stories that you have there, right? What is all that? Because for you next week, you've got the star card, which is air energy. It's Aquarius energy, wanting to do things differently. It's like, what is the mental dream come true? What is it that I want to do outside of this restrictions? Because the Aquarius energy is all about the old ways don't work anymore. I need new ways. That old stuff, ugh, boring, yawn, ready to do something different. It's like the old keeping doing what I've always done just doesn't work anymore, does it? keep things, um, I'm just not satisfied kind of energy. And I feel like you're really getting into this point of going, "Ugh, I just, I want something more. I'm just not getting it, right?" Because Laura's thoughts on you today, yeah, she kind of senses something too. We got the death and rebirth energy coming in here. No, she doesn't want to kill you or fire you with this energy anyway. I feel like she's feeling like you are getting to the point where you are wanting to do something different. And I feel like this is what she's picking up from you, even if you're not picking it up on yourself. I feel like she feels like you're dissatisfied and you're wanting something more, something different. And so she kind of feels like you're, wanting to head and do something else. And I feel like that's kind of why she's trying to do different things to try to keep you, um, but not giving you what you really want either. You're like, it's like someone giving you corn when you're allergic to corn, when one little bushel of wheat would be a beautiful thing. But if you're allergic to something you're giving me, then none of it, no matter how much you give it to me, it's not abundance to me. It's actually, going to give me hives versus, something that would feel like abundance kind of energy. And then her thoughts about you taking off to work today. We got the Knight of Cups. She understands that, the movement of the heart. She's understands, how important it is being a mom and with children. So it feels very heart moved there with that energy. So doesn't feel like there's anything, you know, uh, angry or judgmental about it. It feels like her heart moved. Oh, your kiddos. So and and then something too there about her, thinking, because I feel like she has kids, and she's like, I should spend time with my kids. Good idea. Or if she's not, then her nieces and nephews or whatever. I feel like there's it reminded her, I need to spend time with children, the important children in my life too. I need to make them a priority. So I like that. Your fortune cookie is fact check. Boom, boom. Beautiful card here that says, a faulty belief system will still feel true if it's never been challenged. How much of your truth is based on secondhand stories and emotional static? That's what we're talking about with that Eight of Swords, right? Question those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about what work is supposed to be and should be, and all that we learned. It's about freedom from that. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for your second one. Your third one is number 11. So we have two for Lauren, and then you'll be up after that. All right. So let me make sure here. Got everything up to date. I do believe so. All right. So Lauren Smith, we got two for you, my dear. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom, for number one. All right. And then does seeing C in her new relationship make T behave differently with his current connection? All right, let's take a look. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So let's see what we got here. We got one and got two. We got 3 and 4. And here is number 5. All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Magician, which the Magician energy. I feel like there is this I don't know if it makes him behave differently in his current connection, but he definitely is thinking differently, or there's something that's, in here. hasn't made its way out to where their behavior has changed. But I definitely feel with all this energy, they are thinking about things. So there definitely is this, hmm, because the magician card, the piece of it, oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit the earthquake. It's like a GPS. I'm trying to understand where I'm at and where I want to go, kind of energy. And so there is that kind of analytical energy that comes in, right? Oh, okay, very good. So that'll be your second one. Okay. I'll add that in here. Absolutely. I will add that there. Pending second question. Now it is updated. Yeah, because I feel like that'll be good to dive into because what's coming in here, like the first two cards are the sorrow that's going on in the relationship and the disappointment energy that's going on in their current connection. That there's from the other person more so. I feel there's a little bit of, I mean, they're thinking a lot about their own stuff, but I feel like what's really standing out is how disappointed the other person is feeling and how their emotions are not like super excited when they first started hanging out. And they're just like, wow, what's happened here? Right. So they're definitely, things are going on because we've got both the hanged man and the high priestess, which both of those do point to, um, that energy of seeing things from a higher perspective. The high priestess goes away into our high priestess temple to see things differently behind the veil of their mind and dive deep into their emotions. And the hanged man is, again, they hang upside down to see things from a different perspective and to kind of look at where I want to transform and how I want to change, right? And then, if that wasn't enough with those 2 major arcana and the magician major arcana on the bottom, we got the justice card, the Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships, and the scales. One of the new energies that spirit brought in with the scales is, we stand on one side of the scale of a relationship and we look over to the other side. And from where we're at such a distance that, the way they explained it is like if I'm in a desert, when I'm looking across, I'm like, I'm on this side of the scale looking all the way over. I see a lot of desert and it's so far away, I assume they're in the desert too. And then they're in a lush green mountainous, you know, kind of situation. And they're looking and they think that person also is in a forest because they're looking across this view and they're so far away. We think it's just continues on all the way over. We don't know what's going on the other side of a scale until we get out of our own head and we actually kind of look and see what's truly going on the other side of the scale. And this is kind of what they're doing in a way, but more trying to understand their side of the scale. And they're realizing, wait a minute, it's like they got binoculars and they're like, there's trees over there. How did they get trees on their side? And I don't have trees on mine. I just got hot sun and no shade. How can they have shade over there? You know? And I feel like that's kind of what is happening here and seeing C in her new relationship, that it's making them realize by things they're saying and things they're seeing that, you know, my relationships are different. Why? And I feel like that's kind of what's coming in here. But I don't feel like it's making them behave any differently, right? Because they start up here and then it makes its way over to the other side. They're just realizing there's differences and what are those differences and if they're differences that I want, maybe I like the heat. Oh, that's right, because fire, heat, desert, that makes sense. Maybe I like the heat. Maybe I like living in the desert. I don't like the mountains. I hate bugs, and in the desert, they all die, So maybe that's what he wants in his kind of relationships he wants, right? So we don't know if they're gonna want what's on the other side, but chances are when they experience shade, they're like, "Ooh, coolness. I can step out into the heat and into the shade. Options, that might be good," right? So interesting. So I feel like that is that. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is, and then we'll go into that and see where he is at on working on himself. Get the first quarter moon in Gemini. Speak your world into being. Yeah. So again, the two different sides of things, right? I'll take a look here. So think about what you want. There you go, right? Speak about what you want. Do you really believe you can create it? Do you believe you have what it takes? Or do you secretly doubt yourself? Worse, are you quietly preparing for failure? Say it isn't so. I know, right? Here's the thing, you can't fool the universe. Repeated affirmations that you don't believe are a waste of time. Believe in your magic. There's that magician. If someone has spoken or written unkind words to you, counter them with kind words to yourself. Try it. Speak your word, your world into being. Talk about it as though it's already happening. The manifesting mix says, here you're being asked to feel your way through a situation that's partly sacred and partly mundane. Be compassionate and clever. The manifesting mindset says, ask your soul to speak to you, listen to your heart and not your mind. Write lists of your goals. To tune into your manifesting powers, the throat chakra is found at the base of the throat and is a beautiful sky blue color like this. It helps you to express yourself. What words are you speaking to yourself and others? Imagine you're in a column of bright and breezy sky blue. Call in the Gemini constellation and say these words as you imagine this card at the base of your throat. Energies of the first quarter moon in Gemini, thank you for helping me to raise my thoughts and so my vibration. Wow. The best time to work this magic is when the moon is in Gemini or on Wednesdays, which is Mercury's day, which is, of course, um, what rules over Gemini and over the magician card, by the way. Just saying. So interesting. How perfect is that, right? Yeah, right. Should we send this to T? No. Not unless you want him to be resist and pushed further, right? Because no one wants to get unsolicited advice. All it does is push us further away, right? Resistance. And what did you say, Chels? Maybe he likes a lack of emotional connection and perhaps not a partner for life. You're being a B word. You're so funny. I like that. It's respected, Chels. Yeah, what he knows, and I know you're mainly just being sassy and fussy, and I of course love that about you because I can relate. Um, you speak my language. It's what they've known, right? They know lack of emotional connection. It's like they've always known the desert, on that side of the scale. They don't know what it's like to have forest and a stream that you can, skinny dip in and cool off and um, enjoy the shade and enjoy the sun and, uh, trap a squirrel and have squirrel stew. No, um, but so they have that kind of, unawareness. And until we don't know any better, then we don't know that there's something more until we experience it. Yeah. Like we all do. I mean, can imagine I can imagine, uh, that my exes, they're probably happy to know that I've evolved and I'm not such an overgiving, overbearing control freak, They're like, "I'm glad to see that you've grown." Devil, you know? We think, "I was the overgiver, surely they miss me and are so, empty without having me in their life." But, in reality, they were like, "Oh my god, that's why I cheated on you. You were, overbearing," because I was, of course, had a low self-esteem, so I was jealous and suspicious and, wanted, control over everything, that it pushes them into what I was fearing, which I was fearing being cheated on, so my overbearingness just it sent them into that, so, it happens, right? I hope they don't watch. I know, right? I've let's see. I've talked to my first ex, quite a bit throughout all these years, because that was my first ex was, what, 29, 29, 30, 29 to 30 to 31, 32, so 29 to 32, and I'm closer to 60 now than I am 59. I'm over the 59 and a half mark. Um Just by a couple weeks though. So that was a while ago, but I think I've talked to them all, um, since then, and I'm not enemies with any of them. I learned a lot about myself through them, so I see them as my teachers and not, as demons anymore that need to be ex exorcised out of the off the earth. So that's good. They'd be glad to hear that. Alright. So, Lauren, let's jump into your second one here. 20653 here is for the next one. So, thank you for your dual donations. I don't know. Um, I know I feel like they all ended up in relationships, but I haven't kept up with them in a long time. I know my first ex, the last time I talked to him, he he was like, "I have to get out of here. He's a narcissist." And then he came home and he goes, "All right, well, I need to let you go. Have a good one." I never heard from him after that. And I'm just like, "Oh, well." You know? And I'm like, that's the pot calling the kettle black, because he was all about himself and everything, and I'm like, "What a mirror." When he calls someone else a narcissist, there's 3 fingers pointing back, and I'm like, it's not my place to rescue anymore. Yay." Anyway, so we'll dive in here. Hey, Dee Dee. So, Lauren, you wanna know, where is T at when it comes to his self-aware journey and working on himself? Let's take a look and see what energy we have here. All right. Get those 3. What else? And that one there. All right. Wow. 8 of Pentacles on the bottom is not a bad card to get when we're talking about this kind of situation, right? Because, the 8 of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the transformation of, like, the caterpillar to the butterfly, energy that's coming in there. So, um, I like that. I like that for this, because that's all about his self-awareness journey. So let's see the 5 cards. What comes in here? 8 of Wands. So again, this movement energy that's coming in here, and the 8 of Wands is quick energy. So it feels like they are doing something that's really moving stuff along. That's coming in there, because eights are good flowy energy. So it's like, all right, I'm a little surprised and impressed on how fast they are here. Yep, and the Tower card. It does feel like here, uh, there's this energy here of like there's gonna be a sudden removal of someone out of the, out of their life to make space for something more. So I feel like whatever connection they have with someone, I feel like this is gonna be the emptiness that's coming in. My gosh, there's a beautiful rainbow. And it's on a dark sky, so you see the rainbow. I guess I could flip the camera to show you guys, but I won't, because then I won't get it back straight. But beautiful rainbow coming in. At the rainbow after the storm. But this tower card, it does feel like they're doing some significant removal of things out of their life. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're removing more out of their life as well. Like, and they might even be uh maybe ixnaying them out, kind of energy, right? Yeah, we'll take a look here, see what else we have. Here we have the 10 of cups. So there is this, it's almost like this, the 10 of cups, this, this is a joyful, emotional relationship energy. And I feel like this is what they're wanting to make space for. And that's kind of like the direction that they're kind of seeing as potential of what they're realizing. Maybe this is something that I wanna try and see what that's like. Maybe, right? We have the 3 of Pentacles, which is being true to one's authentic self, but I feel like this is collaboration energy, and it does feel like this if they are in counseling or, it does feel like they're, um, uh, like I said, collaborating with someone on this, not trying to do it on their own anymore. And then got the King of Cups, which is a beautiful balance between head and heart, but also looking for the compatible person kind of energy that's coming in here. Um, yeah, even under the Eight of Pentacles, we've got the Nine of Cups, which is the emotional dream come true. So it feels like they're in this work to try to find this feeling of emotional, change, seeing things differently, right? Um, I want to do a quick one here on because you wanted to know uh, what caused this Eight of Wands fastness. Why are they suddenly moving, right? Why do they? And I don't feel like it's like they want it tomorrow. I feel like this is the journey begins here, right? Oh, okay. Sorry, I shouldn't tease you guys. Because the card that came out was the Three of Swords. Heartbreak, this disappointment energy that we had, which is what we got in the last reading, right? But we have the Four of Swords, which is what comes after that, the peace of mind, kind of energy of letting go of expectations, letting go of supposed to be's and should be's, and really getting out of their head, and trying to get into their heart. But it does feel here, I mean, the disappointment that they are seeing in this other person, this connection that they have and their sorrow, right? Because that's what we got. That was your reading, right? The Five of Cups and the Three of Swords before. But it does feel like that's the kind of energy this disappointment is triggering them into reflecting on their own, um, like they've seen it before, and they're kind of going, yeah, and I'm disappointed too, if I'm really honest with myself, of what I'm experiencing. And maybe there is something more besides, you know, lathering up in suntan lotion and rolling all over in this hot desert. Maybe swimming around, skinny dipping in a nice cool pond over on that side of the scale. Maybe that is fun. I haven't tried that over there yet, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that's, accumulated on there as well. So um let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. So it seems like they're moving along here, though the journey does feel like it's a ways off, but I do feel like they're considering what they're cutting out of their life. Um so they're definitely, it feels like there's a helping hand, like a counselor that's helping them, or they're doing a self-help book, or they're doing something, but I feel like there's a third party involved that's helping moving things forward. Yeah, at least for now, right? Yeah, first quarter moon in Cancer. Push through any insecurity. Look at that. And, all this emotional moon energy, mother moon energy. Yeah, let's see here. First quarter moon in Cancer. There we go. That's the insecurity. Drawing this card suggests that you may be allowing self-doubt to derail you. Chances are that you started off strong, fast out of the gate and full of bravado, but now you're allowing fears and doubts to cloud your vision. Family issues coming up now need dealing with. There you go. Maybe you think you're not good enough, or you're waiting for something to go wrong. This isn't the way to get what you want in life. Instead, be kind to yourself and others. Work on your insecurities and head towards your goals. You can't make this up, can you? The manifesting mix says the energy of this card says, I am and I can, but it needs to believe itself. Slow down and allow time for self belief to grow, which is why I'm feeling like it's slow, kind of slow moving. The manifesting mindset says knowing that you're scared or rackled with doubts is better than not realizing it. Nurture yourself and believe that you're worthy of your goals. To tune into your manifesting power, the third eye chakra is located just above the midpoint between your eyebrows, and it radiates a gorgeous indigo color. It can help you to attain the clear vision that you're connected to all life everywhere, and that fear is an illusion. So imagine yourself in a column of indigo or silvery light, and imagine this card on your third eye while saying, energies of the first quarter moon in Cancer, thank you for helping me to see that my loved ones and I can achieve anything. The best time to work with this magic is when the moon is in Cancer or on Moon Day, which is Monday. So interesting. Maybe that's when his counseling sessions are on Mondays. All right. Interesting. I know. Jaw on floor. It's just interesting. But yeah, but that's what we got there. Hopefully that helps. Talk about like these fortune cookies are like right between the eyes. So right on track. I love that. But that's what they got. Thank you again for your two donations. I really appreciate those, of course. Good to see you. Many blessings. I know, right? So cheers, cheers to self-growth. Salud. All right. And then we are back to Maria P. Maria, thank you for your additional donation. There's your timestamp there. And I still have that over here. Salud. Wine time. Uh-oh. Look out. All right. So Paul's thoughts on you today. Will he reach out, and a message from him? All right. So Paul's thoughts on you today. I do want that one. And then will he reach out? And then a message from him. Yep. All right. You got two. Boom, boom. All right. So underlying energies, we do have the King of Pentacles, followed by the Tower. So, the King of Pentacles does point us to the adventure of the entire Pentacle suit, which has to do with self-worth and worth. But I do feel like I think we've gotten this before with him. Actually, maybe the Tower card each time almost, because I feel like he's gonna be removed out of your life. They're like, "Don't worry about it too much. They're not gonna be around for long." I know. Anyway, Paul's thoughts on you today. Yeah, we got the Chariot card, the Mother Moon energy, action, movement, um, victory energy. They roll over all 4 of the horses, which, is the horse of the mind, the horse of the heart, the horse of passion, action, and the horse of pentacles, slowness, the physical world too. And this is movement energy. I feel like their thoughts on you is, "I wanna take action. I wanna have movement, um, on these emotions that I think I'm feeling." And I feel like that's their thoughts on you today is, "I wanna take action. I wanna take action." But let's see, what's holding them back? Will he reach out? Yep, 2 of swords. There is a battle between their head and their heart coming in here. So, this troublemaker is always the one, right? The one that's always keeping things from moving, from happening, right? Um, because the message from him even comes in here with you got 2 cards. You got the Ace of Swords, which is the mind energy, and the 4 of Cups, which is emotional stagnancy. And the Ace of Swords is, like, from their perspective, a message from them and not from their humanness, but from their higher self, the one that'll give us the tea, right? Which they're like, "I'm in a place in my life right now where all the relationships I had have not been fulfilling, and I don't wanna do what I've always done to stand up and getting what I've always gotten. And I've got these emotions. I wanna take this action, but also I'm being stopped. I feel like I'm stopping myself in a way." I also feel spirit, your higher self with this Tower card is going, "No, no, no more. We need it's time for you to step away from relationships to learn so you don't keep doing like what he's doing is he's like realizing I'm in a pattern. I think I want to step back and not pursue anything till I work on myself." And I feel like that's the mirror that you're needing to see right now for your life is that this is what's happening. Because if you don't do it, if you don't choose that as your own self, as your human, then it'll just happen from spirits. Your higher self is going, "Nope, we're done. I'm gonna start booting people out of your life and put a hedge around you so that you can have some alone time for you, for us," because your higher self is you. You're an extension of your higher self. They're like, "We're ready to do something different. We're ready to take that pause," which is what I did. Like, um, after my first, second, and third and fourth relationship. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Uh, then I took a 3-year sabbatical from not getting in relationships to learn and reflect and grow. And then my last relationship, had they stayed um, in the city, we probably would have stayed together, probably. Um, but they were going to move away, and then they went to LA to do something. Then they were going to move to Chicago, so I was done. And then they ended up moving back here, and I know. And after that, though, I bumped into him on the street, and I go, "Oh, you're visiting?" I'm like, "Oh no, I never moved. I ended up coming back from LA, and we didn't go." And I'm like, "Oh," and he goes, "Well, what are you up to? Are you with anyone? Whatever." And I'm like, "Nope," and I'm happy being alone. Drew a line in the sand. No, and I do not want anyone else. I am happy being free. Oh, wow. And yours, Maria, violated. Look at those shoes. Chels, I think you would wear these shoes. When your boundaries were shattered, a part of you went into hiding, It's time to call that part back. Wow. Boom. Boom. There you go. All right. So that's what they got for you, Maria. Hopefully that helps right now. So many blessings. All right. Let's get caught up in the chat here. So Happy Pill is in the house. Hey, Happy Pill, we'll get you on the donation list. You'd be number 19 on there. Boom, boom. All right. And I'll put your question out there when you put that there. All right. I don't think anyone else came in. All right. So we will continue on here. So next, I think we've got here. Yeah, we got Laura. Okay. So Laura Edens, you are up to 2539. And let me double check here. I don't think I saw a specific question for you. So let me look up here. If you're here and you have a specific question, please pop it out there. I'm going to thank you, Happy Pill. I got your question. I'll add that in there. So Laura, you're just going to be up here. Let's see. You're before JoJo's, so I can find that. Oh, and I didn't do all my little likes up here. There you are. Oh, I see it up here. So you did put it up there. I just missed it. Oh my goodness. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else up here either. So Carmel, I got you. Yeah, I got Carmel on here. Oh, thank you for the encouragement. Okay, yeah. So I read that. So that and it came out right after that. Where was I? I don't know. Who knows where I was at? For some reason, I didn't see that. But I got you. I think I got everyone else. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I got everything else. So we are good to go. Let me just scroll all the way back down here. All right. All right, Happy Pill. Let me just grab the rest of your question here before I lose it here. All right. I think I got all the way down to there. All right. Give that a love and a like. So you've been working through an embodied reincarnation since 2019. So you're wondering if you're close to completion or insight you need for where you're at on that journey. Ooh, interesting. I love unique questions. All right. Sorry, let me just grab this other. All right. So let's take a look here. So you've been working through an embodied reincarnation since 2019. So are you close to completion or insights? What can we know here? Okay, we want it this way. And I do want this one, and I do want this one here. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, you do have the Hermit card. So I do feel here, this is, of course, you stepping away with spirit. There's spirit on your head up there. Well, it's usually the lantern is really there. Well, and you have the Three of Cups underneath there, which is represents your spiritual posse. So I do feel like you're still working on it here. And I feel like there's a lot. You've got underneath that, you've got the Knight of Cups and the Seven of Cups. So I feel like there's still a lot of emotional energy that you're processing with this. And so I do feel like you're, especially with this Pisces full moon energy that we just had this lunar eclipse. I mean, opening up the conduit of emotional energy. Because, in our subconscious, of course, is one of the pathways to the Akashic records, where we feel the emotions from past lives, which we can also access the knowledge from the past lives and experiences and energies from other lives, past lives as well. So I definitely feel like that emotional waves that you're experiencing, um, I feel like there is a flow of the emotions from the past life that you're currently working on. Let's see what your 5 cards are here. Your first one is the Emperor. Yeah. So this is you are in that process of stepping out of your head and into your heart. And really, you've taken a big, strong step with the Emperor energy for stability, for deciding what is the path that you want um, to like plan and formulate, and the action to put behind it. And I feel like they're bringing in here kind of a clarification around this. Um, and I'm not sure what you mean by embodied reincarnation. Spirit, of course, does. But they're saying all of our past lifetimes and other lifetimes, because there is no time, right? It's more of a circle than it is past lifetimes. So when we're in this lifetime, we can be influenced by other lifetimes, future and past. What we see as future and past, they're just different on the wheel, but we can glean energy and information to help us learn and grow through this lifetime what we're wanting to learn and grow through. So I feel like what they're saying is here is you're coming into this place of understanding the energies from the past life that I'm bringing in and what I'm wanting to do and what I'm wanting to glean and learn and how that's helping me to move forward in this lifetime. Because, there's not really karmic debt or things we have to make up for. The way spirit explains it to me, which they want me to share, is that we're very curious beings. We want to see things from all these different perspectives, all these different ways of looking at things. So if I'm a slave owner in one lifetime, I want to experience being a slave in another lifetime to see it from that point of view, not to make up for it, not because I owe it, nothing like that. That's human. I owe you debt, karmic, that's human, spirit's curiosity. And then I want to be a townsperson that sees, I don't have a slave, but I see someone who's being a slave and someone who's being a slave master. And then I want to be someone who works on the Underground Railroad and I'm helping, slaves escape. And I want to see all different aspects of it. And so this lifetime, is in a way is helping us understand with this other this embodied reincarnation that you're feeling, it's like, oh, okay, how am I using that to understand my life and what the different, perception is and we have, that kind of energy, right? Um, so uh I feel like that's what's coming with the emperor energy. Yeah, the temperance, yeah. So there's no rush either, this is we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. Temperance is things going back and forth and trusting that when we, you know, it's always the perfect timing. It's not about getting to the end of anything because we're eternal. And they're just like, just enjoy the journey, enjoy the adventure. It's unfolding perfectly. You're at the perfect pace, always. And so rather than trying to maybe try to get to the end of something where, is that journey over? It's just enjoy the journey. And because it'll never be over. It's like our journey never is over. It's not just one circle. That's one circle with all these loops of all these different millions and billions and conjillions of expressions we have in this as humans and other beings and other dimensions and other vibrations and all that. And they're just like, just enjoy it. You're perfect in perfect timing. I like that. And you have the full card. Yeah, I feel like you are ready to go to a new level with it though, because the full card is the 0 following of course, the world card, which is an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And they like to show it as an upward staircase where, you know, it's not linear. We're just sometimes it feels like we're returning back to the same thing when we are, but it's at another level. It's another floor, and we're just keep going up and keep going up and we keep going up. And this is where you're at, you're always with yourself, so you don't see the progress that you've made. But if you had closed your eyes for a year and then you look over, you're like, "Whoa, look how far I've gone up." Whereas when we're with ourself, we don't see altitude change because we're used to our surroundings. We're used to our energy, as we go up and up, right? So I feel like that is what we've got with that. There. And then you have the magician, which is follows the fool card. A lot of what you're learning right now with this um, magician card is how what you are learning and taking from this other embodiment with this, you're learning how you're changing the story around things with this experience, the emotions you're choosing because of that experience, your energy you're choosing because of the experience, and your physical actions because of the experience as well. It's like uh, your GPS originally you had like, "Oh, this is where this is taking me." But now you're realizing, "Oh, that's not where it's taking me. It's taking me here." So your GPS is kind of reroute kind of coming in, right? So you integrated in the same body with more of your oversoul. Okay, interesting. So it's like you reincarnated um in your same body. Does that mean you had a near death experience? How does that work? That's interesting. I'm not aware of that. So and I don't feel like spirit's taking me into that right now. So we'll continue going the direction they're going there. But yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to follow up on that. Um and I said I feel like with this GPS of this magician, that's what we're talking about because there is no true completion, but I like the insight that you need for where you're going. You're getting some wonderful, energies, and you're like, "Okay, I brought in more energy, more information, and there's other lifetimes that are coming in." And the big thing that you're learning with this 8 of swords, you're really letting go of a lot of mindsets, thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And yeah, I feel like you're beginning to see things differently with this energy that's coming in. Again, this is why I feel like your rerouting is as a human, we have a lot of understanding from our past and different things, and it kind of influences even with an oversoul and different things that we come in, right? That our human still gets involved and it goes, "Oh, this is where we're going. This is what this means." And we're like, as we take more steps, we realize, no, no, we were headed in that direction, but we're actually going into a different, direction with this. We're learning something new. We're going to a new level. That's what we were learning now, but now with new information, it's like I'm going in a different direction. So hopefully that makes sense for you there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with the moonology manifestation. All right, let's take a look here. All right, new moon in Taurus. Know your worth. I love this. Because this is all about getting to know your worth, the second house energy. Says you're on the right track, but you need to go steadily. Knowing that you're worthy of your desires is crucial here. Opportunities open up when you believe in yourself. Dig deep and move past negative comments from others. No matter what happened in the past, if you're aiming to manifest something for the good of everyone concerned, you can do it. Good self esteem will also boost your manifesting powers. So love yourself more. Know your own worth, and others will too. And be true to your values. The manifesting focus says this card is an especially good sign for matters related to property, possession, sensuality, love, self belief, and self worth. And then the manifesting mindset says acknowledge and make a list of your best traits. If you find that hard to do, ask a friend to tell you what's great about you. Or even since we're talking about past life, right? What do I feel I'm bringing in from this past life into this realm, into this lifetime? And then a manifesting tips for boosting self worth. Call in Archangel Shamuel, who helps you to find anything you need and bring spiritual illumination. Connect to Venus, the planet of love and abundance that guides Taurus. And place a picture of Aphrodite on your altar to draw in Venus energy. And then imagine holding this card to your heart chakra and feel Aphrodite's beautiful and loving energy. Your manifestation affirmation is I deserve to manifest. Dot, 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 whatever you're wanting to manifest. And the best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Taurus or on Friday, Venus's day, which is today. Boom, boom. So I love that. So that is what they have for you, a new moon in Taurus energy. So hopefully that helps, Laura. That is what they've got for you, my dear. And I love it. I love it. I love it. And thank you again for your fun, unique question. I like that. All right. So let me catch up on the chat and also the emails that came in, and then we'll get back into things here. So let me think we started right here. I do got Happy Pill. I got you there. So we did that. And then Crystal, you say you just donated. I do see a PayPal. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, I do see it. So you'll be number 20 on, whoops, the donation list. I think I didn't do this right. Hold on. That was not what I wanted to paste. All right, let's try that again. Oh my gosh. Simmer down now. All right, there we go. So you will be number 20. And what do we're just finished number 12, I do believe. So we will be moving on there. So I'll put here, you got email. And Marilyn, thank you. I see your question, your email came in. So we have that updated question. I will have that noted here. So we gotcha. Thank you. And then Happy Pill, which number are you? You are actually 19. And can you please take yours next? You know, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Just because it's not fair to everyone else, right? Everyone else has been patiently waiting for theirs. So we're going to be on number 13. So we'll be to you in a little bit here, but it is first come, first serve. And that's why I like to honor that. So I know you understand, but we will get to you. Perfect timing, right? All right. And then we got Swaroop Bobby in the house. Hey, Swaroop. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 15. All right. And Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. And I see your free question. We'll get you. You're number 16 on the free reading list there. All right. And I think we are all caught up. So we'll get in there. Yes, Marilyn, absolutely. Thank you so much. I do have your email, so I got you updated. And you're number 17, in case I didn't tell you that. All right. Okie dokie. So let us continue on here. Up next, we got Jojo, 24410. So Jojo, thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp there. And is there someone especially with you tonight? You're feeling a presence, or is it just you? All right, let's take a look here and see what we've got here. Yep. None of those. Okay, got this one. What else? All right. No, there's definitely someone with you because the bottom of the deck, you've got the moon, of course, beautiful, energy, and the death card underneath that. So you definitely have someone from the other side that's with you here. That's the bottom of the deck with your energy. And then you have the high priestess. So that's, definitely connecting to someone on the other side. Yeah, open the gifts, the high priestess and the high priestess temple energy. And you got the queen of swords. Queen of swords is a beautiful balanced person between head and heart kind of energy. Now, I do feel like there's someone here and very much a lot of divine feminine energy, and I almost feel like this is grandma that's coming in because, uh, I just feel like she's like a she would have a sword and she would wield it with from the heart, like she's Joan of Arc, kind of energy is the way she's coming through. Very strong, very big fighter, but from a place from the heart, not from a place of anger. And I really like this strongness that she's bringing through here for you. And I feel like she's telling me she goes yes. She wants to bring you a message here from the spirit messages. So let's see what message that she's wanting to bring for you here. But you're definitely not alone. You're feeling her presence very big. Yeah, and it makes sense with this. Of course, Pisces lunar eclipse energy. It's opens us up to the spirit world. The veil is very thin, for that here. And here is her message. Let's see. Ouch, that was my finger. Oh yeah. So she's bringing in a relationship energy. She goes, "No, your fairy godmother is not near you. I'm your fairy grandmother." That's enough. Relationships are just mirror images of your own life, how you feel and treat yourself, as well as how you react and respond to different situations and people around you. Be aware that every relationship is an opportunity for soul growth. So she's saying, no relationship is ever wasted. She brings you this card for she feels that you may be questioning a certain relationship in your life. She signifies that it may be time to evaluate and appreciate the relationships you have now or those from the past, good or bad. Even a difficult relationship can be a surprising spiritual catalyst for you. All relationships, whether they're on an emotional, physical, mental, or spiritual level, are part of the learning process and enlightenment of the soul. So, no matter what category a relationship falls into, it acts as a teaching tool for the lessons your soul needs to learn. It can help you understand, change, or enhance your individual qualities. So she says, ask yourself if it was in the past, what did I learn from that relationship? Or if it's a current relationship, ask yourself, what am I learning from this relationship? Different types of relationships have an uncanny way of identifying which aspects of your life need attention. At times, they reveal your vulnerabilities and insecurities or your need for attention, approval, and acceptance. So she's saying, let this message be a catalyst to either heal a current relationship or attract more positive relationships for the future. I like that. What a great grandma message. So I feel like that is what is coming in here for you. So that's what they got. I'll get you your fortune cookie too. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Don't go away. All right. And she's like, close the blinds. It's dark out now. Ooh, spooky outside. So let's close the blinds. All right, there we go. And then your fortune cookie from the Feral Psychic Oracle. What else do you have? Right here. Ooh, ancient roots. Yeah. Your ancestor. I am your ancestor. Hear me speak, right? It says, your soul chose this lineage for a reason. You carry not just their pain, but the power to transmute it. Ooh, So there is that energy Granny's bringing in here of, healing a past relationship because you can help break um, a kind of a repeating pain from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime, from generation to generation as well. So I like that for you, Jojo. That's what they have. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right, drink a little too much there. All right. And then we have Gabby Rock is up. Gabby 250. 23 is yours. All right. Thank you for your donation. So, do they have plans to see each other tonight or this weekend? Oh, dun 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 dun. Let's find out. Hey, it's me. Good to see you, Gabby. How are you? You enjoying this full moon energy? Shazam. All right. All right. Looks like you get an extra one here, too. Okay. All right. Do they plan on seeing each other this weekend? I don't feel like there's like plans because the bottom of the deck we have the Fool card, and even underneath that the Three of Wands. Ooh, and under that the Death card too. I know my face my face doesn't hide much. It's an Aquarian thing I found out as I follow some Aquarian Instagram people, and they put all these videos, about what the commonalities and characteristics, and they're like, Aquarians' faces do not hide anything. And I'm like, this is true. Um, but we got the Death card, the Three of Wands, the Fool card. All of those are about, a new journey free of expectations and full of possibilities. The Three of Wands is with new information, kind of going off in a different direction. Um, and the Death card is endings and beginnings kind of energy. Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. Boom, you nailed it. Ding, ding, ding. Um, and then, we also have here that there's a little bit of conflict with the Five of Swords. So I feel like they've been kind of battling a little bit of arguments. Um, and it has to do here with the King of Pentacles. It has to do with their self-worth. That just some insecurities are being triggered, um, and coming up, right? Um, and so I don't feel like they have plans. They might, end up, doing something, but I don't feel like they are in a place of expecting it because we have the Ace of Swords, which they are seeking clarity in their relationship energy. And we also have here, the High Priestess, which is stepping back, going up into the High Priestess temple. And the Ten of Swords is, I'm tired of trying to live up to expectations and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. Again, back to that full card of no expectations, but possibilities, not intentions, this, that, stuff that we have to do to make it happen. It's like, let's just see what unfolds. If you have a whim and you want to do something, we can. If you don't, that's fine too, kind of energy. And beneath it all, of course, we have Aquarius, the star card coming in, which the old ways just don't seem to be working. This is, I don't want to do what I've always done and get what I've always gotten. It does feel here with the Justice card on the bottom of the deck too, underneath all that stuff. Libra energy, trying to understand both sides of the scale, what I want, what they don't want, right? Yeah, kind of on the rocks. That would resonate with all this here because it's like I just I don't want to be, being told what I'm not doing and how I'm not doing it right, and not as often or as fast, and this should be here already and that's not happening. You haven't said this. I said this to you. You haven't said back, and they're just like, I'm I'm tired of being told who I'm not. What do you like about being with me? What do you like about me? Tell me that, because otherwise, why are you even with me? Kind of energy. So I feel like there was like a little spat with that 5 of wands, and so they have been a little energy. Yeah, it sounds exhausting, which that's what expectations do, right? When we have all these supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be about who someone is supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship. My God, we focus on all the supposed to be. We're down here. We feel like we're in the negative, trying to get up to zero. That's when abundance starts. Otherwise, we're focusing on what's not happening, and that's what happens. And no one wants to, you know, telling someone what they're not doing doesn't encourage them to do more. It encourages them to do less. When we're grateful sincerely with what someone's doing and we tell them, are they gonna do more of that? Hell yeah, right? Are they gonna do more than that even? Yes, because we love as humans for people to appreciate what we're doing, and we like that feeling, and so I'm gonna pursue more of that. Pain, no, I'm not gonna pursue more pain, and if I do things and I end up getting pain from it, then I'm gonna stop doing things. Humans are so complex and so simple at the same time, right? Right. See what the fortune cookie brings in here. We got last quarter moon in Pisces. Talk less, feel more, right? So I feel like they are talking less right now, um, so that they can feel more. Says the danger in your current situation is that you're going to be really good at starting things and less good at finishing them, right? This card suggests that I want to say like they need to talk less and feel more. So rather than telling uh, each other what you want now, feel your feelings about what you want. What comes up? Do you believe in yourself or not? Perhaps you started strong but are running out of steam. If so, go within and ask yourself how committed you are to your goals. Remember that it's okay to change your mind. Well, it definitely feels like that energy, right? Manifesting mix, one of the current energies, is all about feelings, and the other is in its head. There we go. Where are you? Can you meld the two? Because that's the way. Manifesting mindset, why ruin a moment with words? Sometimes feelings are enough. It's good to talk, but it's also good just to be. So I feel like that's kind of that energy of, are they have plans to see each other tonight or this weekend? I wouldn't say plans. So, manifesting magic, these crystals work especially well for the sign of Pisces: purple fluorite, labradorite, sodalite, amethyst, desert rose selenite, or celestite. So, choose one and hold it while you meditate, visualizing a lustrous gold light swirling around you. Alternatively, keep your crystals close by as you work through your situation, or use 5 or 6 to make a crystal grid. And then your manifestation affirmation is, I feel all my feelings and it feels good. And the best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Pisces today, or on a Thursday, which was yesterday, Jupiter's day, which would have been a good time for this energy because we had both of those magics available. Yeah, right. Why we're in a moment with communication? Well, words, right? Communication is different. Because true communication is really being curious about what someone is saying, what they're feeling, what's going on, and communicating. But it feels like what's being spoken is not communication, but I'm telling you what's wrong with you. You know, that doesn't help grow relationships. It's relationship 101, right? that we all could learn. So hopefully that helps, Gabby. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers to you. Good to see you. All right. And we've got Ruby G up next at 3 hours even. Look at that. You are very welcome. So Ruby G, I like it. 3 hours, 30000, and your donation was 300 as well. So I like this Empress creative energy. So you want to know how's it going? The custody legal situation, however you want to ask it. You're and however spirit will tell you. Just want to know what you need to know about this custody legal situation here. All right, let's take a look here. What can we know? What's the best for you to know right now? I don't want that one. I do want this one. And I don't want those. All right. So I like the bottom of the deck. I mean, you got the Four of Pentacles as the overall energy here, which is a solid number. You know, solid energy is like four huge table legs on a very solid, stable table, right? So it feels like that there is this, and even the Four of Pentacles being like the four walls around you, I feel like just the hedge is still around you. I still have it going here for you. So you have this solid protection, you have this energy that just feels like it's keeping out lower vibrational things away from you. I like that. The Seven of Wands, I feel like they're saying here, you know, this is you being true to your authentic self. You're not dimming your light. You're not asking permission to shine. You're, not defending your actions. This is like you being true to yourself and just shining bright and going, this is what I need to do. And whatever, right? And I like this. It's like the sun, doesn't ask permission to shine. It just shines. And I feel like that's what they're telling you here is, with this situation, what you need to know is continue to shine bright, continue to step with your Seven of Wands energy, step forward, be true to you. Don't shrink, don't dim your light, shine bright because this is the time. You give any little leeway, how they just use that to shove in and push in. You're like, no, I'm not backing down. And I like that energy because then the next card you had is the Magician, which again, very powerful energy of this conduit of, where you're at, where you want to go. And now your GPS is kicking in and you're learning what you need to do mentally, emotionally, energetically, and physically to get to where you're going. And you're putting the energy behind it now. And that's that solid foundation. I feel like that's coming in here. It's really important for you to continue that journey, continue that movement. And, that's the magic. All this Wands energy, when you're doing it from a place of abundance, fullness, gratitude, right? Unconditional love energy for your son, your children, your husband, all the stuff that you're doing for you, of course, all this wonderful energy. And I like that. I like this movement. I like this movement of stepping into your power that's coming in here. And they're saying, of course, how you're experiencing it. Oh, you have your gratitude for every hour. I love that. How what you're experiencing and what you will experience is going to be based on your energy. No one else. Everyone's going to be experiencing it in their own way. You can't control that. All you can control is your own and the energy you're putting forward. And so whatever anyone else is feeling, that's their emotional choice. That's their right. Let them feel. If your husband is stressed or your children are stressed or whatever, you can't control that. All you can do is lead by example, love, 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 and stand forward in your power, right? And doing all this, I mean, you've got the World card, which is a victory card. It is the ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure full of possibilities and not restrictions. And I like all that energy. This solid foundation, that's around you right now. So I feel like it's just, continue to trust that, it's not humans in the outside world that are making things unfold. It's your energy and its creator that's uh, responding to your energy and bringing to you what you're focusing on. And so, a lot of people, other people are focusing on fears and control and then they're experiencing all that stuff. But all you have to do is sit in your little bubble of the Seven of Wands. One of my favorite ones is from it's a deck. It shows someone actually in a bubble of the Seven of Wands, and the other wands in the outside are trying to like get to them and they can't. And that is this energetic hedge, and you can add your energy into that, your gratitude and unconditional love energy. You can pour it into the hedge that your higher self allowed me to put around you. You can add your energy into it. It just strengthens it. Just and you flood all of your you can just imagine, like, if you touch your floors or, touch the table if you're sitting on it and just let your love energy flow out of you into the table, into the floors, into the walls, to the ceilings, out into whatever property is around you that's considered yours, and you just fill all that up with this beautiful emotional love energy, um, unconditional eternal love energy, and it just keeps anything lower vibration from able to come toward it, and I love that. So it's looking good. I feel like they're saying just continue to stay in that high vibration energy as often as most as possible. I love that you have an alarm set every hour for gratitude just to help us come back because it's so powerful. Another bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, I like it. Here's this portal, playing safe. It says, you know what you're capable of, so stop pretending you don't just to keep things safe, quiet, or familiar, right? So I love that because that's exactly what you're talking about. You were playing it safe before, but those days are over. They done um, poked Mama Bear one too many times, and Mama Bear whoopsh, is now in full force and action, and I love that. So what a great affirmation. Boom, boom. All right. So that's what they got for you, Ruby G. I like it for you. I like it a lot. All right, so many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. And like I said, we'll keep the hedge going. I'm so proud of you too. That is amazing. What a great and it works. It works. It works. It's like we change our energy and we come back and come back and keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back to gratitude. And then we get sucked out into life, humanity. There's so much that could draw us, and then we draw back. So I love it. Love it. I love it. All right. All right. And then Jojo, thank you for your additional donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. And clarify what relationship grandma was meaning, like romantic or family. Okay. Absolutely. Cheers, cheers. And that'd be number 21, and we're starting on number 16 right now. Up next. All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. And then we have Moonlight up next, 30846. How are you enjoying this full moon in Pisces? Lunar eclipse. Did you have fun? Did you explode with emotional energy? Hopefully in positive, wonderful ways, right? All right. So thank you for your donation. You want to know, how is your mom doing these days? Was her trip with her brother good for her? All right. Take a look here first. How is mom doing? And how was her trip with her? Was the trip good for her, right? All right. And then will she get help handling her story? Does she think of you? And does she hold grudges against you? And what does spirit have to tell you about this? All right. So let's take a look here. A big underlying energy for all this situation with your mom, of course, is we have the Three of Swords, which is a story of expectations equal disappointment, and and I feel like a lot of this is realizing that, you know, we have all these expectations on family that we're taught growing up, that family's supposed to treat each other this way, act this way, do this way, blah, 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 right? We have all these rules. And he realizes that no, that's just opinion, and that we get to make whatever we want of our relationships and interactions with others. That a big piece of why we feel so ugh, in our human life is because we feel like we have to do so much, and we feel we're so far behind, and we feel we're failing and falling short, and then everyone else is failing and falling short, and when we're all focused on failing and falling short, that's not joyful experience, right? Kind of sucks. But when we start focusing on what we're grateful for around who someone is, and why did I choose to be in this family? Why did I choose to have this mother, this father? What am I gleaning from them? What gift was in this for me? Why did I want to experience these experiences? Because that is for me, and that's what we realize. When we realize that, then we move from focusing on what something's not being to who we are and what is happening, and then we can make different changes in our life. Like when I went to move, I moved near my family. They had my brothers in the military, and we all lived here at one point again, and then everyone moved somewhere else, my mom following the grandchildren, so she ended up with my brother, and, I went and lived near them for a couple years back in 2018 to 2020 when the plague hit. I was moving away, but it was during that time I realized all the expectations that I still had. That's why spirit was drawing me to be near him, because I had these, "Well, you're supposed to live near family. You're supposed to go to all these events. You're supposed to do this, supposed to do that." And I realized everyone's living their own life, and everyone chooses to live wherever. My dad chooses to live in Hawaii. My brother chose, instead of to move back here after he got out of the military, chose to move to Texas, and after that to, up north in, northern Idaho, and, I'm like, "All right, everyone gets to choose where they wanna be, and we get to free ourselves," and it's beautiful with this. I feel like this is a big piece of that energy. "How's your mom doing these days?" Well, judgment. She's, like, feeling like a resurrection. She's beginning to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, um, and I feel like as she's things are happening in her life, she's starting to see what's important and what's not with this judgment card. Her trip with her brother, it was good. The 9 of Pentacles, it's funny. The 9 of Pentacles is like a hermit energy. It made her appreciate her alone time. I feel like her brother's a bit, uh, controlling and demanding. She doesn't realize what a mirror he is for her, but she's like, "I like being alone, because I like making my own decisions and not worrying about someone else," but especially someone who's so demanding or controlling. And it's like she's demanding and controlling, which they're a mirror for each other, right? So it was a good learning experience for her there. I feel like she really learned, that she wants to be by herself. Will she get help handling her story? Got the Page of Swords. That's a yes. Swords energy, seeing things from a higher perspective, a clearer story, definitely coming in. So I do definitely feel that she has that coming in there. Does she think about you? Yeah, we have the Six of Wands energy, which is a victory energy, the Seven of Wands. I feel like she's really proud of you for that Seven of Wands energy, where you've really standing up for yourself, and you're having boundaries, And I feel like she's proud of you for seeing that you've done that and changed that, um, and that you stand up for yourself and your fire, and I feel like she wants to do more of that for herself, and she's kind of envious of you in a way with this energy, but yeah, I feel like she does think about you, the 6 and the 7 of wands. um, I feel like she's like it's a two-way street, with the 6 of wands that, I can reach out to you, but you can reach out to me too, right? And best leaving your dad, right? Oh, my that's why the 9 of pentacles. She wants to be by herself. Yeah, but I feel like this independence energy, and I feel like she's seeing things differently, because with her leaving your dad. Does she hold grudges against you? 4 of cups, that's really kind of just a stagnant, copacetic, um, steady emotional energy. Doesn't feel like grudges against you that's there. And what does spirit wants you to tell you about this? You got the hanged man, which is it's in transformation, and we're all transforming. We all have these different experiences. And of course, she is in a huge transformation right now. So, she's realizing that, she was trying to live up to everyone's expectations all her life. Now she's wanting to do something for herself. So she's in a bit of a cocoon, and I feel like that's important for you to know around that. So I feel like that's what they got. And then let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie is from the Moonology manifestation. I think we've used all the Cancer ones already. But you got the last quarter, moon in Gemini. Clear your mind. I love that you feel like you don't have any expectations on her, because this is about clearing your mind and letting it go, right? Let's see what we've got here. Fretting is a sweet sounding word for feeling anxious. Drawing this card suggests that you or someone close to you is fretting. As you already know, this won't help you to move closer to your goals, as it means you're directing thoughts and energy into what you don't want rather than what you do want. Deliberately manifesting a goal comes from a happy place where you feel good. So focus on making a list of your concerns and then talk them through to clear your mind. This is far more likely to bring good results. Your manifesting mix says while racing thoughts can be problematic, getting stuck in repetitive thought patterns isn't any good either. Find a balance here. Your manifesting mindset says getting into a negative rut messes badly with our manifesting ability. Turn that frown upside down. Your manifesting magic, these crystals work especially well for the sign of Gemini, which is blue calcite, clear quartz, blue lace agate, garnet, amethyst, or hematite. Choose one and hold it while you meditate, visualizing a radiant yellow light swirling around you. Alternatively, keep your crystals close by as you work through your situation, or use 5 or 6 to make a crystal grid. Your manifesting affirmation is loving others flows naturally when I love and accept myself. And best time to manifest your magic is, of course, when the moon is in Gemini, or on Wednesdays, which is Mercury Day, which rules over Gemini. So I like that. And I feel like they're saying, we can focus in on what we're grateful for mom and what they're going through, right? Um, not what they're going through, but grateful for what you are grateful for about your mom. Focus in on that, and not you're saying you don't have any expectations on her. So if you don't have any expectations, you're not focusing on who they're not being, or, that they're not communicating like they should, or blah, 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 which is great because that's what draws and sucks more of that in. So as you're more focusing in on what you love about them, that grows as well, right? Yeah. So So do you have an expectation that people are supposed to say good things about people that are not in the room? Maybe, maybe. Some good questions, but that is what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps bring some clarity. Thank you again for your donation, and hang in there. It's a beautiful emotional moon. So hang in there. All right. So cheers, cheers to you, my friend. And Marilyn, you're up next. Cheers. All right. So Marilyn, you're 320. 16 is yours. Boom, boom. There we go. And here is your question via the email. So thank you for sending that there. All right. So checking in on the Gemini ant. All right, let's take a look here. So first of all, what are their thoughts? What can we know? You know, a Gemini can go back and forth, right? They do want those three, right? And then, you know, they're the split personality in the zodiac. Now, Aquarius, we are the multiple personality of the zodiac. We think two is cute. All right. And then feelings. What are your ants' feelings here? So Gemini ants feelings, please. All right. Do you want this one here as the primary, and then these? Do you want this one, and this one, and this one? All right. And then intentions regarding you and your guys' relationship. Nothing there. Any others? And this one too. All right. What do we got going on here? So bottom of the deck, you know, we do have the Four of Swords coming in here. So this is a kind of a restful energy, you know, letting go of expectations. It feels like there is like a peace treaty, at least a ceasefire kind of energy, if there was anything that was going on there. But very, very calm mind, no expectations, just in the moment kind of energy that's there as well, right? Um, so we'll take a look and see what we've got going on. So, what are her thoughts going on here? We have the Two of Cups. So, they do see your relationship as an important relationship, they do value it. We got the Two of Wands. And here's all this two energy of the Gemini, you know, they do go back and forth. You know, you're like, let me speak to, you know, the the warm Gemini, not the evil. And I want to talk to Dr. Jekyll, not Mr. Hyde, right? Uh, it's funny that that's in there. And we have the Seven of Wands, and I feel like here, the Gemini ant's thoughts here. There is this like um, admiration might be too big of a word, but it's that kind of energy where they're proud of you for standing up for yourself and for not backing down and being, you know, not explaining why you're doing what you're doing, shining bright, being yourself, not asking permission. And I feel like there's that pride kind of energy in there. She also, you know, the Three of Swords. So there is some heartache energy. Let's see what this is about here. We got the Eight of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I feel like there is this disappointment and heartbreak over all the words and all the fire that's flying around money and possessions with the Wheel of Fortune. So I feel like they are, you know, a bit sad about that. That it's, you know, all this is going on, but and beneath it all, there is this, like I said, a pride that you're standing up for yourself and you're not just being a doormat. Because I feel like maybe, you know, she's experienced it. She experienced it from her mom when she was alive, and I feel like her sisters and if there's other siblings too, like they were always kind of bullying, and she gives in a lot. I feel like the Gemini ant. I feel like if this is the right energy of this one, that they would give in a lot to the louder screamer, bigger ones, and that's why she's kind of envious and proud that you're standing up for yourself, and she wouldn't admit it out loud to stay in the good graces of the other, you know, fire dragons, but they do have that in there. Um, the emotions that she has, yeah, the 6 of Swords. She really wants to let go, you know, have communication. She really wants to just let the old stuff go and let's move forward into calmer waters. Yeah, we've got this. Here's that Leo be seen and strength card energy again, this fire energy, those emotions matching the mind of you standing tall, standing bright, doing that. The Knight of Wands. Yeah, there's this energy of wanting to move on this and wanting to communicate, wanting to open up things. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. What are these other ones? We got the Hermit, yeah, and the Five of Cups. Because they're just sad alone. They don't like conflict, and they kind of feel like people are being ostracized. She's imagining what you feel. She knows what she's feeling. With that Queen of Pentacles, that's the nurturer in them that's really wanting to, you know, come back together, and have communication. Let's see what their intentions are here. Yeah, we have the Nine of Wands. They do feel blocked. They feel trapped, stuck between, something in the hard place, right? The Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, and the Knight of Swords. Isn't that funny that we just had those talked about those two energies? But slowest moving knight to a faster moving knight, movement of communication. But her plan is to communicate and reach out and communicate with that Knight of Swords. The Knight of Pentacles is still a quest for abundance. So I feel like there still is that kind of energy that's here. I'm not sure if she's the one that initiated all of this drama, but I feel like they're waiting for this to kind of come to a fruition, come to an end so that we can recover and come back together in whatever way we can, right? Because I kind of feel like she feels like we can't go backwards. It'll never be the same, but we can create something new. And I feel like that's kind of where that energy is leading there. See what the fortune cookie brings in here too. From the Moonology, let me just put these back in here first. All right. A lot of cards, sorry. Oh, Scorpio. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I was thinking it was like more of a fiery individual, which Scorpio can be. Gemini feels more calm. So that makes sense that she's probably the one that created a lot of the bullying, with the Gemini ant growing up too. Yeah, I like it. New moon in Sagittarius. Focus on the positive. It's a beautiful energy. Birthing something new instead of focusing in on, what's not happening and what we don't like. We start focusing on what we do like that's happening. And then that, of course, grows that, right? Says the way is clear. All you have to do is make sure you enjoy the ride. That should be easy enough as long as you stop worrying and start believing in your own good luck. It's true that life goes in cycles, and this card shows that you're moving into a good luck phase. As Abraham Hicks says, think about what you do want, not about what you don't want. Focus on the positive now. Your manifesting is definitely on track, and the more you can master the art of feeling good, the longer it'll stay that way. The manifesting focus says this card is an especially good sign for matters related to study, travel, adventure, and the cosmic quest to understand life. The manifesting mindset says look back, See how far you've come and count your blessings. Manifesting tips for celebrating joy. First, call in Archangel Raguel, Raguel, who is the most sociable of the angels and helps us to find peace and harmony. Wow, right? Channel the optimistic and adventurous energy of Jupiter, which guides the sign of Sagittarius. And then take a moment to write a list headed 5 Reasons to Be Cheerful. Hold your list and this card, or image of this card, right, to your heart chakra and express your gratitude. Your manifestation affirmation is I'm one lucky so and so. When to manifest your magic, the best time to work your magic with this energy is when the moon is in Sagittarius and on Thursdays, which are Jupiter's days. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. It feels like if we start focusing just on what we love about, like this particular aunt, what memories do I love about them? And I'm grateful I had them. Right. And it's kind of we just focus in on those. That's what opens up the conduit of communication and allows things to move forward. If I'm focusing on what they're not doing or, what a biatch someone's being, then we get more of that. And we don't, and if we want more of that, then hey, we can enjoy that, but we can change it too. So absolutely. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate you, Marilyn. Have a good night. Enjoy. All right. And then I think we're all caught up. We'll continue on here. We've got Twin Flame. You are up 331.22. Oops, that's not right. There we go. 331.22 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. You want to know, what did Damon feel and think of you? All right. Let's take a look here. Hi. Good to see you. Hope you're well, enjoying this beautiful Pisces full moon energy and all sorts of other fun stuff. So what did Damon feel first? Okay. And then what did he think? All right. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Temperance card here, which Temperance card is an energy of alchemy, of slowness, of pausing, not really rushing a whole lot. So the overall energies is not about, taking action and movement, but allowing things to just continue to unfold and see where things end up kind of energy. Their feelings, we've got the King of Cups coming in here. So their feelings, their heart is like, of course, King of Cups is a beautiful balance between head and heart and represents someone like, oh, they're so perfect for me. They're so compatible. That's who I need, the heart, right? They're like, oh, I need that, right? But it doesn't mean that their mind, sorry, a fire truck just went off down the street. Like, rear, it doesn't mean rear, alarm bells sound in the mind, right? Which for what they think of you, the Four of Cups, there's this stagnant emotional energy, right? But with the mind, if the heart goes, they're perfect for us. We need them. The mind's going, yeah, but do we match what they need? Are we that for them? It's like they're bringing in the 3-fingered person with a 5-fingered glove, right? Where they feel when they analyze, they go, you know what? No, we're not enough. Sure, a 5-fingered glove fits over a 3-fingered hand with room to spare, right? 2 fingers, empty finger holes to spare. But when the 3-fingered hand looks at the 5-fingered glove and, sees these things empty, they're like, "But I'm falling short. I'm not bringing you what you need." And, that's the fear of failure, the fear of not being enough, the fear of, expectations, those stories that they have of their unworthiness and that they can't, to do that. So, this is where they're at and they realize, no matter what the heart wants, the mind is like, "No, we're gonna get rejected because they see the writing on the wall. If I'm not enough for you, how soon is it gonna be where you see a five-fingered hand and you're like, "Oh, that's my match, not you. You fall short," right? Psh, and we have all that, right? Yeah, and that's what we know at a higher level, right? But until we realize that, we're gonna believe our old ways of thinking, right? Those stories of growing up, the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, and how I didn't live up to my parents' expectations or these person's expectations, or I failed this class, or, whatever it can be that, is whatever he's bringing in from his childhood. That's where those stories and beliefs came from, right? But until they believe it, we can't force someone to believe it. We can try to torture them, but that's not going to help. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie says too. We've got blameless. Let's see what this is here. When you always point the finger, you give away the wand. Blame is a leash that ties your power to someone else's behavior. Cut it. Wow, I love that. Especially when we're talking about the fingers, right? All right, so that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. That's what they got. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Good to see you. All right, and then Happy Pill, you're up 336.15. So Happy Pill. Here. All right. So you had taken the permission from your head for the holiday. She's given me also the permission, and you had given the application also 10 days earlier, but the office personnel had not taken her sign. Now she is saying that your application is not signed to my friend who has done the same, but other batchmates have not even asked her to give an application. You wanted to know what will happen in this situation as the HOD has not even called you to come and join as your leave has been canceled. What will happen in this situation? Go somewhat rough or will it go worst? All right. The journey adventure that you're on. All right. Let's take a look here. So, what will happen here? You have the Justice card as your card for your reading. And the Justice card, this is an energy of balancing the scales and seeing something from a higher perspective. Because, based on the current situation, it depends on your energy, on your perspective, on the story that you're putting to things, right? Because on the bottom of the deck, you have the 10 of Cups with the King of Swords, which is the master storyteller with that Ace of Swords. And you even have the Four of Swords, which also has them sleeping usually on the Ace of Swords. And the Justice card has the Ace of Swords. So there's all this about the story that we're putting to it, right? That comes in this energy of, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, that, and we can ask ourselves, what story am I putting what's happening out there? What story am I creating about that means for me, right? And because when we change the story to life happens for me and I move into gratitude for what I do have in my life and have had in my life, then we get out of fight or flight mode. We don't get into trying to control things outside of our control, and we don't say stupid things, and we don't act like a child, because when we go into fight or flight mode, right, whenever we have a feeling of feeling out of control or unsafe or uncomfortable, our little inner child, whoop, whoop, and jettisons out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And we go back and act the age of our original drama that's being activated by this, that's triggering within us, right? So, there is this, the more that we can change the story and go, you know what? Um, if I'm pointing fingers and blaming and then I'm in fight or flight mode. And I'm instead going, okay, there's always with the justice card, one side of the scale is our small t truths rooted in fear of our human of supposed to be, should be, need to be. They need to be doing this, and it's not happening, so it's their fault. Someone's blamed, something's not going to happen. And we have fears that are being activated all over the place about if this situation doesn't change, it's bad. It's going to make me look bad. I'm going to get punished, you know, kind of energy instead of seeing it from a higher perspective that everything that happens in life has a gift in it for us if we're willing to see it. Or no gift, victimhood, and we get more of whatever we're fearing, right? And I feel like things balance out here if you're able to step out and see things from a different perspective and going, you know what? There's a reason why this is happening, whether it is if I'm not able to go on leave and I'm not able to go somewhere or something's not able to happen, maybe it's saving my life, you know? Maybe there's gonna be, something dangerous would happen where I could get hurt, injured, or killed, or I could injure someone or get someone else killed, and I'm being spared it. So we trust that things are unfolding on purpose for a purpose, and then we approach it from a place of gratitude and higher vibration. Things flow toward us instead of us resisting things, right? And I feel like that's what's coming in here. I feel like when we're going, well, what's going to happen? It all depends on the story. If we keep the same story we have of fear and victimhood, we're going to end up with lower vibration results, right? Because there's no good or bad, better, worse, right or wrong choices and situations, just different. Lower vibration brings us lower vibrational outcomes, right? Higher vibration brings us higher vibrational outcomes. And so we get to choose it. Life doesn't happen to us. Life is unfolding according to our energy and our one of the big places we start is our power of our story. What am I making that out there mean about me? I change it into going, this is happening for me. Let me just investigate from a place and see what unfolds. And if things get canceled, if things don't work out, if I get fired, if I lose a relationship, if I get thrown out on the streets, all these fears we have, then there's something in it for us, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit. Happy pill. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Yeah, we got projections, which is we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. Not everything you feel is a fact. Sometimes your mind is filling in the blanks with old stories. That's what I can't make that up. The old stories. That's the old story. If that means this about me, I can change the story. I have the power to change it. So, how perfect. Right. So that's what they've got for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just get caught up here. So we got Crystal Ray up next, and then Jojo, and then Twin Flame. I see your additional donation here. I got you. The banana peel. I love it. Banana. Slip and slide. All right. So I got you there. You're number 22 on the donation. So we've got Crystal Ray up next, Jojo, and then you. All right. So Crystal Ray, hello, hello. 343.29 is for yours here. Here's your time stamp. And yours is over here in the PayPal. So thank you for your PayPal donation. Uh-oh. I'm your seventh love. What happened? I used to be your eighth love, right? You gave one up? You recycled one? You let one go? You threw him back into the water? All right, let's take a look here. So I want to know, what are Kirk's feelings for you? All right. And then he wanted to move fast. I'm talking about moving fast. Okay, take a look there. And then Number 2, you haven't talked to Corey in forever. His thoughts on you. Okay. And then you want Bernard the most. Things are going good. So, is that meaning you wanting energy around Bernard? Well, we'll throw a card around that too. All right. Yeah, we definitely have this Knight of Wands energy underneath. So there's a lot of passion flowing in there. This full moon, got a lot going on here. Kirk's feelings for you, we've got the Star card. I mean, they kind of have these feelings of you're like a dream come true kind of energy, right? The mental dream come true, the Star card. Is Aquarius, mental energy. So it's kind of like this wishing upon a star energy that he, definitely has this idea that you're everything that I could want kind of energy. And with wanting to move fast and talking about moving in fast, again, this King of Cups, which is, I feel like you're so compatible energy, like we would be so good together kind of energy, that comes in here. And I feel like it's important to know that it's more of the energy of projection onto one another, right? Because obviously the love you're looking for is yourself, and you're seeing through these eyes of who they could be. And they're seeing you through their eyes of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, and they're like, "I feel like you would be everything that I need," right? But I I would caution fast movement. The Knight of Wands is leaping before we think and wait, you know, calm down, slow down. We've got all this eclipse energy going on. Give it time to really see about what you're wanting to do, right? Really, the Knight of Wands is your journey and your quest to stepping into your power. And I feel like there's something around this that, we can fall for, again, the vision of who they could be, not who they are. And if you wait, I'm like, well, give it give it the month of September, right? And see what happens throughout that. Go in with your eyes wide open, not the vision of, oh, this is who they can be, and I know this is what I can get them to be. No, look at who they are right now with eyes wide open, not kind of smoothing over things that are there, right? Because I feel like there are some things there. It's because I'm feeling like we're in the puppy love stage kind of energy, and it's like that's not gonna last. That's because we're picturing something that's not there. Reality will set in, and I feel like it's important before you make any leaps and go fast, it's take it slow. Because you wait long enough, crazy's gonna show itself. Not that there's gonna be crazy there, but when you wait, you can see that, okay, because we can have all sorts of stuff going on in the moment, but if we is that consistent? Is that, am I seeing it clearly, is really coming in a lot here. Because the King of Cups almost is this energy. It's usually they're bringing a different energy of the emotions need the mind to go check it sometimes, because the heart's like, "Woo, woo, let's go," and they're like, "Get back here," you know? Because sometimes the mind does save our butts. You know what I'm saying? Alright. And then you haven't talked to Corey in forever, his thoughts of you. We've got the full card, no expectations, um, a world of possibilities, but no intentions, just adventure in their life, so I don't feel like they're, uh have this, energy and intention and wanting action. I feel like they're kind of in this just seeing what's happening in their life, not looking for a particular person in their life right now. It's like these new adventure energy for them. And then Bernard, um, you've got the Queen of Wands. Here is this passion energy. There's emotion energy behind the scenes. So I have to say it. Drag queen. Who is that? Bernard? You're like, "Do you do drag?" "Only on the 3rd Thursday of every month. I wonder where you go." But there is this energy of passion and emotion energy that's there. Um, but with all of these, you know, again, there's really, you know, with the Knight of Wands, the Hangman comes in underneath it, which is kind of pausing. I know that's not what we want to hear when we're on fire, but the night it's about cocooning and to understand why am I drawn to so many in the outside world? What am I trying to fill myself up with, right? You got the 7 of Cups, all these emotions of the outside world, and you got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, coming back to nurture yourself with all this energy too. So I feel like you're seeing bits and pieces of you in these individuals, and that's really what attracts you to them. And then the things that you might feel are missing from you, you might find attractive in them, which you have nothing missing, but you cannot be aware of something. And so you're looking outside of yourself going, I can't find it in here. It must be out here. They have it. I want to be with them. So it's something to be aware of, and kind of, you know, high priestess it. Kind of take a step back, go up to your high priestess temple, connect with spirit, see things from a higher perspective behind the veil of the mind into the emotions as well. Yeah. So cocooning, butterfly, you got guiltless coming in, which says, forgive the version of you that didn't know better. You weren't broken, you were becoming. I like that. It's beautiful energy too. Right. So that is what they have for you, Crystal. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. And April, I see your donation to be number 23. And I got you. Give that a love and a like here. All right. So we will dive in here. And after these 3, I do need to take a break. I've almost been sitting here for 4 hours. Just realized my buns are numb. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's because I've been sitting here. So I do need to take a quick break. And then if there's no other donations, I'll finish out these 3. And then if there's other donations, I'll complete those when I get back. And if there's none, we'll start into free readings. So Jojo 35252. Oops. Maybe is your timestamp for your second donation. So thank you so much for that. And was grandma, what relationship were they referring to here? Is it romantic or family? Right. Thank you. Okay. Well, it is definitely romantic with the Knight of Cups, which is the card of romance, right? And it is the 8 of Cups. There it is. It feels like this is the conflicting one here. The 5 of Swords on the bottom with the 8 of Cups, which is where walked away from a relationship that wasn't serving you anymore. And it doesn't mean that you have to necessarily reconcile it with the actual person and, get back together with them or whatever. I feel like she was talking about, 7 of Pentacles on the bottom, realizing what it is that's below the surface, what emotions that you can still let go of, that there was something that in the midst of it determined that this isn't what I wanted, or they said this isn't what I want and they backed away, or there was a third party situation with the 3 of Cups where we felt cheated on and disrespected with it. But I feel like that's what she was focusing in on, that, realizing, with the 10 of swords underneath that, that the expectations of the other person that they were like supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, that it's a good reflection for us too to realize where were my expectations. Was I expecting them to be a certain way and do a certain way? And it's all reflective to help you grow and release so that you can move forward into, a relationship in the future. You've got, of course, the Leo energy there about being seen and standing out, and that you do draw a lot of people to you because of this Leo energy that's flowing within you. And um, and to be aware of that. I feel like she says that you're going to attract a lot of people, but just because you attract them doesn't mean that you have to be attracted to them. I like that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps on the clarity. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well. And we've got centered calm. Beautiful card that says, reacting is easy, but choosing with wisdom takes grounded stillness. A decision born in chaos will carry its frequency. Wow. I like that. Crazy, crazy, right? I love it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, good to see you. And I do see your donation here from the Cash app. So thank you for that. All right. You'll be number 24. I'm actually on number 22 right now. All right. So Twin Flame, you're up next. 356.38. Thank you for your additional donation. All right. And you wanted to know, how close is your twin flame union? All right. Based on your current energies. Okay, we do have this one. Wow. I love it. Bottom of the deck, you've got the Six of Cups, and then you've got the Devil card here, which Capricorn energy. So based on current energies, of course, as you continue to cut away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, that helps speeds things up, right? Right now, it's like Capricorn season, which would be December 20th to January 20th, that I feel like that they will come across your path. Six of Cups, of course, is past life energies, which with Twin Flame, it's like this recurring that we've known each other in past lifetimes and different things have come in as well. So I like that energy, and that's how you're going to recognize them, of course, because you're going to be like, whoa, that familiarity, that comfortability, this rainbow shooting out of their butt and they're glowing in the dark, right? You're like, oh my God, that's them. You won't have to wonder that it's them. But right now, Capricorn energy, very heavy in this. And Saturn, of course, this is our energy of questioning and releasing and um, those mindsets of what a relationship should be, supposed to be, need to be, have to be, who I'm supposed to be, and focus more on the joy of what something is rather than the not, right? So I feel like that's what they have for that there. Uh, very quick and to the point. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. The path of power. Go get 'em, tiger. Meow. It says, the path of power is paved with passion. It's a p-p-p-p-p. The path of power is paved with passion. The more aligned you are with your essence, the less you have to push. Power flows where truth lives. P-p-p, p-p-p. So I love that. So that's what they got for you, Twin Flame. I like it. I like it. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for the donation. All right. And then April, you are up. We got 359.20 for yours. All right. And then do you need, let's see, be more, oh, do you need to be more forward with Beza or just leave it, right? Okay, let's take a look. What we'll do, of course, um, with spirit, there's no right decision, wrong decision, just different decisions, different outcomes. So we'll do a card for moving forward, a card for just leaving it with energy, and we'll see what comes in with that. So if you move forward, what the energy is. If you just leave it, what is the energy? You got these two. All right. Interesting energy. So if you move forward with Beza, you have the Knight of Wands, which is a lot of passion, fire movement that comes in, right? So there is a lot of that. If you move forward and you know that you get the fire, you get the physical attraction, you get the energetic attraction, you get the passion, right? If you wait and just leave it, you do have the Hermit, which you do have a little bit of time alone, but you get a Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is someone that is so compatible, right? There's this energy of the mind and the heart. They're balanced between the two because the Queen of Swords helps rule over the sword suit, but behind the scenes, she's got cups. So someone who comes across as very intelligent, can communicate, but then they also can communicate their emotions, and they have emotions. They're not so much in their head that they don't know what an emotion is, and they're not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable. It's someone that's really balanced and feels very compatible for you. So if you wait and just leave it, then that energy, um, you do have you draw in someone else. Underneath the deck, you do have the Five of Pentacles, which is dealing with that fear of being abandoned, not being enough, not having enough, kind of energy, which I feel like you have with Beza. But this other one, you wouldn't. I feel like you really, and it could be that you're also during that hermit time working on letting go those thoughts and beliefs of lack and that you're not good enough and need to be more and those things, and that in doing that, that's why you feel someone so compatible, because you've let go of a lot of these old beliefs that don't serve you, that are not true. And then that's what allows you to draw in someone at the higher vibration, instead of kind of doing what we've done before and get what we've always gotten, which is, yeah, passion and all that, but it doesn't go deeper. I feel with Beza, it's just fire, more fire, but no emotion. And it can be that they don't have a whole lot of emotion toward themselves that they can give to anyone else, because we can't give something to someone else more than we have for ourselves. So, or receive something from others than we have for ourselves either. So it's just like fire, fire, fire energy, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. What else can you know about this situation? You have unshakable. Look at that beautiful card. Tree there. It says, the path may be brutal and full of obstacles, but your purpose is stronger. Keep going, and it will all be worth it in the end. So keep going the way it is now, right? Not moving forward with them, just leaving it, right? I like that energy. You got the remover of obstacles, Lord Ganesha here, saying hello to you too. All right. Since I talked about obstacles in there. All right. So, Sean G, we will jump to you and finish yours out, and then I will take a quick break after this, everyone. So, Sean G, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And you'd like a message from your higher self, highest self. All right, let's see here. What do they have here for you? Okay. All right. Wow. So, right now, your highest self is saying here on the bottom of the deck the Hanged Man, which is cocooning. You're in a place of pausing transformation, like a caterpillar, letting pieces of yourself go, mindsets that don't serve anymore, emotions that don't serve anymore, energy that don't serve anymore, and this other energy, of, your anything in the physical world, you're ready to let go of and purge as well. And this is all happening. You have the Hermit card, for your reading, and the Queen of Pentacles, which this kind of pulling back, the Hermit goes in with spirit. And the Queen of Pentacles is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, mothering yourself, giving yourself the space to work on you, to release some of those things that we were talking about, right? To release those so that you can feel this harvest, feel this fullness, feel this abundance within yourself. But there is this stepping back and just focusing on you, making decisions based on you, what you're wanting, where you're wanting to move forward. Underneath those, the Hanged Man, we also have the Six of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles. So part of this journey does have to do with looking at like your, you know, uh, self-worth, Ace of Pentacles, but it's the Six of Pentacles zeroes in on that out of balance where you have to fit, like you feel you have to give so much to deserve so little. That goes all the way back to childhood. I talk about that, and I might have talked about this before in my podcast series. The Easier Path, episode 14 is abundance. Where it be? I'll throw it out here in the chat if you're here. But I'll put it under your name in the pinned comment when I finish the session. It'll be down there by your timestamp. Or if you are watching this on replay and that's not out there yet, if you just go to my main page, my channel page, at the top is the playlist, episode 14, Abundance, where it talks about the Six of Pentacles and what we can do to, change that from 1,000 coins I have to give to deserve one, whether it's love or abundance or whatever. It helps us bring it down to one, where the city gates are open and things are allowed to come forward. I've probably have talked about this before. They're just reminding me that when we're talking about the stuff with the park service and different things, that this is a time to really look at those things, because that is what holds things back. That city gate is what keeps abundance. It could be lining up outside the gate, all this abundance of everything we've done. But if we haven't balance that out, then our inner child's like, nope, you don't deserve that yet. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. Yeah, well, I like this. You got love medicine. Boo doo boo doo boo doo boo. Beautiful rose with a snake. You've tried being strong, smart, guarded, and self-reliant. But there's a part of you that just needs to be held. Let that part be found by love. That part of you is that inner child that we talk about in that podcast episode, because it's our inner child, 7 years old and younger, that felt it had to do so much to deserve so little, because that's what it got. It felt I gave so much as a child, and all these adults that had so much to give gave me squat. And so that's what I feel I deserve. I have to give all that to get this, and it sunk down. And our inner child feels like that's what I deserve. And like, oh, honey, you deserve so much more. Come here. And it's about giving love to that inner child. I like that. Right. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Oh, April, you said it's funny you pulled unshakable because I once wished to be just that. Boom. There you go. Unbreakable, unshakable. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break here, everybody. I'm just going to go get my protein drink and hit the facilities. And then I'll be back. If I don't have any other donations, we will start into the free readings after that. So I will be back. Thank you guys again for your patience, and I shall return. Thank you guys so much. Get all situated here. All right. So let me take a quick sip. I got my chocolate protein drink tonight. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. So, JoJo, thank you so much for your additional donation. Got you up here. Give a love and a like. And then as soon as you put your question out, you'll be up next. Hey, Debbie O. Yes. All right. I just had another Cash App, I think, come through too. So we will do that next as well. Let me see. I think it was. Yes, it was Shanji. Thank you for your additional donation. So you'll be up here after JoJo. So what else can you know? 41414 is your timestamp here. There we go. All right. I know. 41414. The 411 here, 411 is when you call for information. 911 is emergency, 411 is information. So the 411, you get the 414. So what else can you know about this relationship and the letting go of things? Like what else you can know about that situation? Is that what we're looking at? New information for you. I know here in the United States, right? All right. So let's take a look here. Okay, very good. So what else can you know about this relationship here? All right. Yeah, bottom of the deck, you have the Hierophant here, the Lord or the ruler over change and stepping stones and growth energy that comes in there too, right? And so there is this energy around this that, that relationship wasn't meant to be forever. It was a stepping stone and you do get to glean and learn from it if you want. I feel like a big piece of what you can glean and learn from that relationship is the Two of Wands, and you also have the Magician. Both of those cards bring in the magician, magic, focus, manifestation, energy that comes in with it, right? Which tells you that, you know, as we're in a relationship, if I am truly focusing in on just what I'm grateful for, of what someone is doing and what I, love about them and tell them and whatever, the relationship grows and grows and grows and grows because that's what that does, right? Um, whichever one was the one that came to mind with your grandma, right? This is the um, you know, all those things that we explained, that she described. If that's who came to you, then that's who it would be. But it really could be any relationship really. But, that's the big one that really it's gonna be the relationship that was just, like, so conflicting, and it was such a big thing that it's the one that hit you the hardest. Yeah, right? So that I feel like that's probably them then, right? But the Magician and the Two of Wands is that, you learned a lot about focusing on what you're grateful for instead of focusing in on what is not happening. Our stories of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's, and how they're acting and not acting, what they're doing and not doing, and saying and not saying. And And they were a great, um, mirror for this, definitely the not doing and the not saying. That's what's coming through anyway. It's like, yeah, yeah, this is the stuff that, you learned a lot about your boundaries, you learned a lot about your power of choice, and realizing where you invest your energy, what you get and draw into. So, I feel like you were really learned a lot through all this. The Magician is also ruled by Mercury, um, planet of communication, about learning how important communication was as well, and fearing like, I can't speak up because then they'll get upset and I'll lose them, or it'll cause conflict, when it's like, "You know what? I deserve to be with someone that I can talk with and talk through." It doesn't have to be an argument, but if I start to say something and they freak out and flip out, then I also freak out and flip out. If my inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, here it goes. And I feel like a lot of what you deserve through that, you know, and the reason why you wanted to go through it is so that you deserve to be with someone that you can communicate with and that you're not afraid. You don't have to walk on eggshells, as they say, or, hold yourself back, but that you get to share your thoughts and grow and question and be curious instead of feeling like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask too many questions," because I feel like they were defensive and, you know, very standoffish, like, "Whoa," You're wanting to get too close too fast, and you're like, "I'm just asking questions," and it's like, "Alright." And then I feel like that's what you learned a lot through that, is that you deserve to have someone that you can get curious with and not feel like you're the one that's always doing something wrong as well. Because I feel like they kind of had that kind of energy. Just, "You're too much. You're too much," And it's like, whatever. Yeah, very defensive too, right? Yeah, and then you have guarded heart here. Look at this. Barbed wire, thorny around the heart. That says, "Walls may have protected you once, but now they're just keeping everything out, including what could heal you." Wow, I like that. So, hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. And then Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. You'll be number 27 there. You are very welcome. Good to see you. Hope you enjoy some more of that moon energy. It's going to be hanging around for a little bit, right? All right. I think I got everything else. All right. So, Sean G, you are up 421.17 for your additional one. Thank you so much for that. And you want to know, how will your next collection be received? Oh, right. That was a fun shuffle. Okay. The cards are definitely shuffled. All right, let's take a look here. So, how will your next, based on your current energies, this is your birthing, this is your child, this collection. So, how is this going to be received based on your current energies? All right, got this one and this one. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. What card do you think you got? At least one card. Yes, you're right. You got the Empress. Got the Empress energy and the Two of Cups. So Empress energy, of course, creatress, abundance, fullness, energy, and the Two of Cups is an important, um, feels like an important partnership or relationship buds from it. I don't feel like it's romantic, but I feel like it definitely opens up something between you and someone else, collaborating, um, or someone that's, a great friend, or um, I would say like a what is the word that would use? Someone that does the same thing as you do. Can't think of that word right now, but it's like, wow, someone that definitely, understands, and a good person to bounce things off of each other. I feel like there's that kind of thing that does develop from it. Two of Cups is also power of emotional choice, knowing that you can't control how other people will receive it. They all have that power of choice. Nothing you can do about it, but you get to choose how you feel about it, and that's where the power lies. You got the Strength card underneath, which is, of course, this energy of being seen, of people being drawn to you, of you standing out. And I even like that Leo energy, you know, peeking through here with the Two of Cups there. So I like this. I like this for you. I feel like there is this, abundance kind of energy that comes in, and fullness of it. But the biggest thing, you even got the Six of Pentacles underneath there. So here's that Six of Pentacles coming back in again. um, so the abundance that comes outside the city, it's so important to check in with that inner child, and those individuals that can be forgiven you so little when you were growing up, not for them, but for you, so that you can pour out the wrath, so you can be this vessel of love instead of a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And that's where the abundance comes in. That's where the transformation comes in, when, with that inner child, and where they open up the city gates, and then things just flow in, right? I like it. And then you've got Radical Hope for your fortune cookie for this new collection, which, in a world littered with chaos and darkness, choosing hope is the wildest form of rebellion. So I like that. So that's what they got for you, Sean. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings too. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Jojo, thank you so much for your extra dual donations here. Boom and boom. We'll get you in here. Oops. Don't do that. There we go. All right. So this one is specific insight on the O. Then I don't think I even want to go to sleep. You're feeling so wide awake. Oh, from the moon. Are you getting buzzed by the moon energy? All right. So we'll give those loves and likes, and I'll put your additional question on there when you put that additional one out there. All right. So we've got Twin Flame up next, and then Jojo will do those two for you after that. So I need to crack my back. That wouldn't do it. Let's try this. Oh, did you guys hear that? Oh, 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 plunk. That feels so good. Oh my gosh. That freed up whatever was locked in there. All right. It's like my neck. I don't know if you guys can hear this sometimes. Hold on. There's a little crack crack. You get old. I feel like I'm the Tin Man. I'm like, where's my oil? Cairo crackling. All right. So, Twin Flame, you are up. Thank you so much for your additional donation. So here is your timestamp, number 27. So, are Alex and you really over? What is he up to? All right. All right. Thank you. And we'll just do those two. They wanted to give you two here. Well, what is this one here? Yeah, I mean, when you look at the 9 of Pentacles, that's the hermit energy, that's being self-sufficient, being alone kind of energy, right? And so the 9 of Pentacles would say, yes, you really are over. You know, what is he up to? We've got the strength card, we've got the Leo energy, the me, look at me energy, you know, that lion, you know, energy. On the bottom of the deck, you have the moon card, you know, which is hidden and unknown and unseen things that are there as well. So, you know, I feel like, you know, this is for you though, you know, and because I feel like you too have, you know, you've experienced what you need to experience from them, and now you get to learn and grow from what you are reflecting on with them around your own self and your own release. And I feel like it's really over because you don't need to keep repeating that cycle any longer, right? You deserve to be with someone that matches your energy, you know, not someone who doesn't. I was gonna we were gonna go into that, but they're like, just doesn't, period. You know it. You don't have to say it. You get it. You understand it, that there's not that energy that's there. So I really say with that 9 of Pentacles, that really tells us it's like the Hermit card. It's like, yeah, they need to be on their own, that you are done with that. Yeah. Your fortune cookie is Sacred Roar, which says, you've held it in long enough. The healing begins when you give it a voice. Speak, and you will feel the shift. In fact, you might even just say it out loud, right? Alex, I let you go. And then it can go, right? So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they've got for you there. Debbie L, you too. Oh, yeah, you need lubrication for your knees. Crack, 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 crack. I get it. I get it. All right, let me take a sip of my protein shake here. I, I um I got some, what is it? Beef bone broth that's coming. Because that has some good stuff for your joints and different things too. So cheers, cheers. So, you know, organic, low sodium, you know, beef bone broth, um, so that you know, uh, can get all that stuff that helps with the joints. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. And I'll do your second question there, Jojo. All right. I got you. All right. So, Jojo, for this next one, 43117 is for this one. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Hey, Dason, good to see you. Hello, hello. Howdy. How do? All right. So, specific insight about O and the last time we saw each other. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Wow. Yeah. I mean, wow. You've got the Queen of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Fire, fire, passion energy, right? Not emotion, but passion, attraction, physical attraction, energetic attraction, fire, right? Underneath, you've got the King of Swords, which is 2 times the amount of the mind, the master storyteller, you know, that, you know, rules over that and grants you that that Ace of Swords to allow you to change the story, but it's like the plot twist, right? It's like there's a story and it's like plot twist. There's a fire, there's a spark there, but it's not water emotional energy, it's fire energy because O doesn't have a whole lot of self-love, so there isn't a whole lot of love that they can give to you, right? They can't, they can't, you know, give you something they don't have for themselves. And so they learn to express whatever they have on the inside through action, through movement, through, passion, intimacy kind of energy with this. And, the Queen of Wands, she has fire up front, but emotions behind. That's you. Knight of Wands, they have passion, fire up front, but they have uh, earth behind them, earth energy. No, fire energy. Yeah, pages have earth energy. Knights have one. So like, no, it's fire. It's double fire. So, they've got this energy here. Um, yeah, there might have been some passion energy. Uh-huh. But from them, they're like 2 times the amount of fire. And so where you are like, I can enjoy the passion, but you also want the emotion, they are 2 times the fire. The Knight of Wands is all about, passion, passion, passion. Emotion, what's that? I don't speak that language, right? And I feel like something that comes in there for you underneath it all too is, we have the 8 of Cups, that walking away from a relationship and emotions that don't serve you for the sake of you, for your own self-love, and that a lot of what unfolds between the 2 of you is pointing you back to your self-love. Because what keeps falling short, you have this hope that there's gonna be something, like, more that they're able to give, that they're gonna surprise you, that you go, "I know it's in there," and it's like, "Yeah, but it's an aqua for 10,000 miles." I guess it can't be 10,000 miles, but like 1,000, well, let's say 500 miles beneath the surface. I don't even think that's possible either. A mile underneath is the aquifer of their emotions. It takes a long time to drill to get there. Oh, he's a Capricorn. Yeah, that makes sense that he's in their mind, right? I know. I'm Capricorn rising, I get it. But, yeah, so that's the kind of energy that comes in with that there for you, but, I feel like that's the thingy-majiggy with that the last time that you guys saw each other. Yeah, we got false knowledge. Just because you've always believed it doesn't mean it's true. What if what you know is actually what you were conditioned to believe? That's a lot of the Capricorn devil card energy, letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. But he's pretty much stuck in his belief of how things are supposed to be, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Jojo. We'll go on to your next one here just a sec. Let me just catch up here. Oh, you drink it. The bone broth, you can either, I'm getting the powder, but they have like liquid it as well. Um, but you can make soups out of it, or you can add it into your coffee. It has collagen is the word I was looking for, because usually there's collagen and different things that the proteins that come in, it helps your body. But definitely check it out, and you don't want to do the high sodium. That's they have like 15 plus percent, sometimes high sodium, but there's low sodium or zero sodium. And if you get like a powder, usually they don't have a lot of sodium in it. The sodium's kind of added to preserve. So if it's liquid form, it's usually where a lot of the sodium is. But they also have chicken bone broth if you prefer the chicken taste as well. So those help. Um, and then you said, "When you flip sides on your bed, I'm like 3-toed sloth." Oh. Creak, 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 right. You have to do it slow so you don't crackle and wake up the neighbors. And what do you say? Good luck to his current girlfriend. No offense, but Capricorn suns. Oh. It can be. You know, it all depends on everything else that comes with them, right? Um, but, definitely I wonder oh, because it hurts. Yeah, that matters too. Um, where's Saturn in your chart, Jojo? And do you have anything in Capricorn? Any planets in Capricorn? Be curious to look at that. Alright. So, for your next one here, Jojo, we got 43838. Look at that. It's blabbing so you could have a awesome timestamp. So, you wanted a positive message from someone dead. What have you done well? Something good you've managed to do. Hope there's something. All right, let's take a look here. All right. So, something positive from someone who's dead. Let's take a look here and see who it is here. I like this. Ah, very cool. Appreciate that. So, bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Cups underneath that. So, um, definitely, again, another divine feminine energy coming in. This one feels very fiery. And this feels like they're coming with the Queen of Cups. It feels like they're coming from a past life and from your I know, right? From Dolly? That would be wonderful if it was Dolly. But they're saying the Red Queen. Does that mean anything to you? Because they were like, the Red Queen is coming in. This powerful, fiery Red Queen. She's part of your collective of actresses and actors and music. So, whatever that refers to, the Red Queen. Now we have to look it up. Do you know who that is? I've not heard of this before. Let me just Google. Who is who is the Red Oops. Queen? No, we don't want that. Yeah. It's like it's someone who played it's an actress who played the Red Queen who's dead. Um, so who played Red Queen? We'll do that in state. I feel like we need to know who played Red Queen. Oh, in Alice in Wonderland? Red Queen who is dead. If I could type. Oh my gosh. When you have a small phone and big hands, it's hard to do that. Oh, wow. Armelia McQueen played the Red Queen in the early 90s Disney Channel series Adventures in Wonderland, and she passed away on October 3rd of 2020 at the age of 68. Broadway actress who also played the Red Queen on early 90s. So a Broadway actress. Well, and if that's who it is, but this is who's coming in. That's who popped up for me. Yeah, I mean, cause look at her. Fiery red hair, sassy girl coming in. So that's who she was in this lifetime, but, but I feel like you guys knew each other in past lifetimes, so she's the one that's coming in, the sassy red queen. It's funny. When was she born? Do you have when she was born? Because I already closed it off there. Because I don't know if she's a Capricorn. Because you got the devil card, Capricorn energy, and the Four of Swords energy that comes in here too, right? So, there's this energy here of, like, something that you've done. You've let go of a lot of, long held thoughts and beliefs. She is a Capricorn, January 6th. So this is so perfect because of what you were just talking about. She's like, boom. Now, if you would have met me while I was alive, she goes, we would have been besties, she says, right? She goes, um, I love that. Isn't that funny? January 6th. So I love this though, with the devil card with the four of swords, right? This is this energy of that you have let go of so many thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, right? And these old stories of restriction, they were like, you've overcome so much. There's so much that you've walked away from, and this, you wanted something you've done well. And you started when you were young. She's showing me, like, toddler age where you were, like, not just your terrible twos saying no, but you were like, that doesn't make sense." It wasn't like you were just being rebellious, you were questioning things since you were very, very young. And again, I don't know if you looked at where your Capricorn is in your chart, because that's where you've done a lot of your work. In the house that resides in, wherever your Saturn resides in, you've done a lot of your work from an early age in that, and very suspicious faces, yeah, like, "Hmm, what's happening here?" Right? So, I love this energy, and I love that it came in as a Capricorn because, there's all this, you know, trying to understand, trying to get to the root of things. But with this Four of Swords, from a very early age, you had this knowing of just like, "That doesn't seem right." Like, you have this inner lie detector where you get this little uncomfortability, and you've had it all your life. And she goes, "But even when you were younger, you've done this and you questioned it. You learned to not voice it because you get punished a lot, kind of energy." But I feel like they're saying here that you did, you know, question things, and you'd go research on your own and do that. Is that why you're so uncomfortable all the time? I don't know if that's why you're uncomfortable. I don't feel like you're uncomfortable with this because 'cause you've been with it all your life. I feel like you just know it, and you kinda have just learned to kind of understand that people do stuff. People don't often tell the truth, and it has made you, like, not trust people, like, right away. Like, I feel like people have to kinda earn your trust rather than because you're like, especially when you're like, the alarm just went off, the lie detector alarm just went off. You're like, why are you making this up? Why are you doing this?" Right? So, I like that energy. Of course they do, you know? Like, I'm my personality is I give you a lot of trust up front with most things, but if you break my trust, you'll never get it back. Other people, you have to build trust, and then, you give little leeways along the way. Yeah. Especially when you don't like I said, I don't trust them with everything in my life. I just trust people up to a certain point. I don't trust them with my bank account or my credit card or anything. But you allow people to be them. And the more that and of course, the more that you've raised your vibration to, the more you pick up empathically what's going on with people and that everyone, you know, uh, what do we have to trust people with in the end? Nothing really, because we have everything we need inside of here. It's like if you're a billionaire and you're gonna trust someone with $10, you're like, how trustworthy is that really, right? You're like, "Here, yeah, you can have that, but if they don't give it back, it's not gonna hurt me. If I give love and I don't get it back, not gonna hurt me, I already have this overflow." So, we kinda change as we go throughout time too. So, I love that. I love that she came in for you here. She is someone that's been in I love that Broadway, um, I love that Broadway energy. Let's see what else she has here for you. Miss Sassiness. Yeah, feel to heal. Feel to heal, baby. The wound you refuse to feel is the wound that refuses to heal, but pain buried alive never dies. Pain buried alive never dies. It just comes back like a zombie from the dead. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for all your donations. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. So, Dason, did you get your other thing? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. To your free reading about are they trying to hit on you? I got that. I definitely got that, if that's one that you mean. And then Cancer, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on here. You're number 17 on the free list, which we might be about to start. Let me just check, make sure I didn't get anything in here. All right. So that is it for donations at this point. So let me bring over the free reading list here and scroll to the top. So let me just take a quick sip of my chocolate protein shake here. 30 grams of protein. Cheers, cheers. All right, that's right, Debbie O. You are up. Cartwheels galore, 451.13. And then Dason, you'll be up after that if I don't get a donation in between. All right, so Debbie O, let's find out. And I got your email. I'll send you the bone broth that I'm getting, and of course, I don't know if there's anything you need to check, but always, of course, if you have any concerns, check with your doctor before making changes. But it's just bone broth. I don't feel like it would impact anything, but I'm not a doctor, of course. So, all right. So let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? All right. So you got the Four of Wands and the Six of Pentacles coming in here. There is something here about, and this is not your wedding, but this is a celebration that's coming up here. And the Six of Pentacles that's coming in. You got the Devil card, letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And I do feel like there is just a little bit of preparation, um, Oh, there is a wedding that you have coming up. Oh, you have a birthday too, of course. I know, right? But this feels like, I feel like family is involved with this one. And this might be I don't know if you're is it your nephew's wedding? There's a wedding or something coming up, a gathering, but I feel like there is some October 23rd, there you go. So, I do feel like there is something coming in here about preparing yourself to let go of so even, like, kind of meditating and sitting and imagining, you know, walking like, you walk in and you see your sister, you see your brother, you see individuals that you're like, "Whoa, I wonder what this is gonna be like," and you're like, "You know what? I'm just gonna kinda prepare myself in my mind and kind of rehearse how I'm going to act. What choices am I going to make? It's not going to matter what they're doing, but what choices are you making of your my story? My story isn't they should do this, they shouldn't do that. That's the devil card, right? You're letting go of all the shoulds, that they should act a certain way, they should do a certain way. All I know is I'm going to be a vessel of love and um if I see them, maybe if this is what you would wanna do, if, like, an example is, "Alright, I see them, I'm gonna smile, um, and then I'm gonna walk over to them and, offer my hands for a hug, and if they don't do it, that's fine." They lose out, not me. And it's like, I'm gonna be a vessel of love. And that's it. I'm just gonna glow, be a vessel of love, and whatever they do or don't do has nothing to do with me anyway. That has to go what's going on inside them. But I'm gonna choose my story and my emotions, my actions. I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in here is I'm going to balance because this is what I deserve. So I like that. So I like it. I know hugs. All right. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, and then Dason, you are up. 455 is yours here. Good night. Sleep well, roll carefully as you roll over. All right. All right. Hey, and Jojo, I'll get you after this one here. So, Dason, did I put your? I did. Okay. So, howdy. So, your free question is what is Ashley trying to do to you? There's been something weird going on. I don't know if she's trying to ask you out or something, or she's hitting on you or what, right? Let's take a look here. So, what can we know about Ashley? It was Ashley, right? You're scared for this. Da dun, da dun. You hear like Jaws theme music coming in here. All right. you know, there's nothing too much here. Four of Pentacles is more of a solid foundation energy that's coming in here. Um, feel like she's trying to get to know you to build just a solid foundation kind of energy. Because on the bottom, we have the Seven of Swords, which is the liar, deceiver, um, you know, someone who doesn't tell the whole truth, that has a mindsets that steal opportunities. So I do feel like they have fear of being, hurt and abandoned or lied to or cheated on and different things. And I feel like she's trying to get to know you to get a foundation. And so I don't feel like she's like hitting on you. And I don't feel like she's necessarily like trying to flirt, that kind of energy. Yeah. Is that she's trying to figure out who you are. 'Cause I feel like she's attracted to you because she wouldn't be trying to figure out who you are if she wasn't, right? But I feel like she's wanting to know what kind of person you are. So no intentions really, just wanting to know who you are and getting to know, are you a trustworthy person and to find out if you feel anything towards me and that kind of energy. But the Four of Pentacles is, you know they're working on their self-esteem a little bit with that, and, they've had pain in the past, so I feel like they're very carefully just kinda, "Who are you? What are you about?" kind of energy. So they got their eye on you, and that's probably what you feel, right? Like, What? Why are you looking at me? Why are you watching me? Why are you asking me these questions?" Well, because she is attracted to you, but she's not acting on it at all. She's doing information gathering, gathering intel, first before she feels, before she would, open up anything. So that's what they got for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And, yeah, I like it. If you are, interested in them, then by all means, be honest and truthful and transparent. If you're not interested in them, then, um, don't. Don't be open. Don't answer questions. I plead the 5th on that. Nope, nope, no. Be elusive. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. Some many blessings to you. All right. And then Jojo, thank you so much for your additional donation. And 45908 is for this one. So thank you so much for all of your donations. Here we go. You're very welcome. All right. And then you want to know, had Asmodeus been around you? Or have they? Okay, I probably have some internals with me here and there sometimes. All right, let's take a look here. Has Asmodeus been around you? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Pardon me. Oh, infernals. I was gonna say internals. I'm like, okay, what is this? Is this a brand of something? Asmodeus? I never heard of those. Oh, okay. Um, so we do have you've got the Justice card on the bottom of the deck here. And there's something about the scales coming in. Underneath that, we do have the Star. You got the Magician energies here. You even got the Chariot energy. Wow, you got the World card. You got all these major arcana just piled underneath of the the Libra energy of the scales of the Justice card, right? And the number 11 really standing out here too. Dios mio. Yeah. So, there's a lot of movement, a lot of action, a lot of forward energy. So I do feel like, talking about infernals, like fire energy, definitely here. Does Asmodeus have anything to do with scales? Like the balancing of things to determine if you enter heaven or hell? I don't know. There's something about scales coming in, but there's no heaven or hell, they just are playing a part. But there is a lot of movement energy with all this, all these major arcana, magician, star, chariot, world, justice. And so I do feel like they have been around you. They're saying like, yeah, I'm here to help you transform this 5 of pentacles, which is this fear of not being enough, not having enough, this belief and trusting that it's humans that bring you what you need, to know that it's us, it's this higher realms that bring you what you need. And the 8 of pentacles is you're in this transformational time of your worth. You're really stepping into your worth, and I feel like they're wanting to show you how powerful you are with all this major arcana, right? He's about desires. Yeah, that makes sense about that you can have what you desire, right? The weighing of the scales. What are you willing to put on one side of the scale to get your desires on the other, right? I feel like there's something about Asmodeus and scales. Now I gotta look it up too. Asmodeus. Come on. And scales. Yeah, his ancient the scales and blood. Oh. His ancient scaled hide is constantly marred by open wounds from his fall from the upper planes, which bleed continuously. Oh, so not scales of balancing, but scales, um, of their actual scales that are protecting them, right? And that there's wounds that the scales are protecting. And a part of this is this, realization of what are we afraid of, that, what are we trying to protect? What are we afraid of? Is a big energy that's coming in here, So I'm like, "Oh, scales." That's why he had me look it up. He's like, "Just look it up because you're not getting this because I will." And it's even like these are like scales that have fallen off, right? The pentacles that have the scales of a dragon, a mighty serpent that have fallen off. Um, so I feel like this is big transformational energy. They have been around you, but they're, showing you that, you know, I like, they're, yeah, he seems fun, right? And he's like, he is this energy that comes through, right? That if you never take a chance, do you hear my little wheezing? If you never take a chance, because we fear we're gonna get a wound, you never go anywhere. But he's like, I am proud of my wounds and my consistently flowing blood of my wounds because I live. If we don't bleed, then it means we're sitting still. And I feel like he is, encouraging you to, you know, go for your dreams and head towards them too. So I like that. So that's what your fortune cookie brings in. So definitely they're around you. Yeah. We got ego driven, which says ego will fight to keep you small by pretending you're above everyone else. When being right matters more than being real, your evolution stalls. Wow. So you got this stalling energy, right? And this something keeping you small. Those are the energies that he's like, no, don't let anything hold you back. What are you afraid of? You're so powerful. What are you afraid of? You know, you got endless blood. If you bleed, you'll be fine. Metaphorically, right? So I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. I like him too. He is kind of sassy in his own way. All right, I got a couple more donations. Let me get caught up on the list here. So, April, thank you for your additional donation. We got you being up next, number 31. In Twin Flame, you'll be number 32. And a message from your twin flame. All right. Gotcha. You'll take a nap. All right. Cheers. Cheers to you, my friend. Sleep well. Maybe you'll dream of Asmodeus. Cheers. Cheers. All right. Got a little wheeze in my throat there. Wee wee. All right. So, April, thank you for your additional donation. Your 50744 is your timestamp here. Anyone want to know, what does Beza think of your current message? All right, let's take a look here. Got these two. I think we got. Nope, they didn't want those. This one here. All right. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Swords. So the Queen of Swords is a balanced energy that's coming in here. Because I do feel on one side, she kind of feels this Queen of Wands, this fire, passion energy, and the Strength card, the Leo energy, again, ruled by the sun, which is an awful lot of heat, fire energy, right? So, and again, isn't that what we got? That like with Beza would be fire, fire, fire energy, right? Oh, and then Queen of Swords, you had, I think, for if you waited with the Hermit, you would end up with the Queen of Swords, right? So it's interesting that they brought that up. So, well, if you're disregarding that Queen of Swords for the future, if your energy is towards Beza, the Queen of Wands, the way she is thinking of it is that she's all about this passion, this attraction, this fire energy. But on the other side too, we've got the queen, not the queen, the high priestess, which is like the Queen of Cups, which is trying to see things differently. And they see you as someone that has all this emotions below the surface and all this hidden. There's something hidden. They're like, they look at you as you're mysterious. Because the queen, not the queen, I keep on saying the Queen of Cups, but the high priestess, she's the revealer of secrets, right? She brings the hidden to light. And I feel like she feels like there's something that, not that you're hiding, like you're lying or whatever, but there's so much more to you than she's aware of. And I feel like all that emotional energy, the sea of emotion that you have below you, she senses that, and that when she's fire, she's like, that will put me out. That'll, that ocean, will drown my fire. And I feel like there's some fear that's there with this energy here of, you know, I can live in fire. I'm not as scared of fire at all. I'm very passionate, very bold when it comes to fire from Beza's energy. But when it comes to emotion, that scares the crap out of me, right? And I feel like that's because they don't have a whole lot of self-love for themselves. And that's really standing out them right here. They're like, I feel this attraction, and everything, but there's like this sense that there's something below the surface that I'm afraid of. And it just feels like there's this sixth sense that she's picking up on, that there's a lot of emotion there, and that is again a scary thing for her, below the surface. And that, with her, with the Queen of Swords, that that's something you would desire, and that's something that I don't have. And I kind of feel like that's what's really going on in their mind and in their subconscious or their consciousness, right? That they feel like, I don't have what you are wanting, what I think you're wanting, that I feel and sense that you have there. Um, and she's right. She doesn't. All right. What do we have here? Release is power. Pardon me. Which says, freedom begins the moment you stop clinging. Let it go with love or with fire, but let it go. What? Let it go. With love or with fire, but let it go. Can't make it up. So, Hopefully that helps, April, and that's what they have for you, my dear. I know. Right? So many blessings to you. Thank you again for all your donations. All right. Oh, and I think I needed to grab one more free reading. Let me before I jump in here. Because I don't think I grabbed Jojo. Didn't you ask for a free reading? I think he asked for. I got Cancer. Got those there. I suddenly remembered. I was going to grab it and I go, no, I'll remember. And then I forgot it. So let me just grab it really quick here. We got that. We did that. We did that. We did that. I got all those. I got all those. I got that. Got that. I got that. I got that. I got Cancers. I did that. There it is. I got it. I got it. I got it. All right. So Jojo, we'll get that. You'll be number 18 on the free readings there because it did come in after Cancers because that was up there. Okay. Oh, I didn't get that 11 on like, and I had that. So I did that one. Twin Flame. Got you there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And then Bay. Hey, Bay. Thank you for being here. And you'll be number 19 on the free readings there. All right. Sorry, let me crunch my. Hello. Okay, I think we're good. All right. So Twin Flame, thank you for all of your donations. Look, you got 51505, all these fives. So thank you again. And let's take a look and see what we got. So a message from your twin flame. All right. Yeah, you've got this. I love this energy. The bottom of the deck, you've got the Four of Cups, which is the stagnant, all the other people that you've dated and been with or whatever, they're like, they're so fitting for you. They're like, boring. I'm this Ace of Cups that's being offered for you, right? Like, don't you worry yourself. I am this, cup that you haven't ever had before. And we've got this 10 of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune. So all this 10 energy of endings and beginnings energy. And they're basically telling you, trust that all of these endings and beginnings and individuals that you've had, just like me, I'm learning and going through my own journey of individuals that are teaching me of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be's, that I'm letting these go. I'm letting these go. I'm learning that expectations suck the life out of things. And that as you're learning, you're letting go of things. I'm letting go of things. And this is for us, the tune of Forest, the fourth tune, that these relationships aren't by accident. They were designed. We knew we were sitting next to each other going, ooh, ooh. And then look at that one. You can learn that from that one. And you were like, ooh, look, and you can learn that from that one. And you're like, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's do that. Shh, 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 shh. And together you guys planned this lifetime and the experiences, you kind of plotted them together so you would stay in like rhythm with each other and have these opportunities of growth so that when you guys would meet up, it would be unlike anything you've had before. You wouldn't have these relationships that you had before. You would have this higher vibrational relationship. So they're basically saying it's all happening on purpose for a purpose, and we did. I'm going through the same things you're going through so that we can be on the same page when we meet up. So I like that. So that's a cool message. Let's see what they want here for your fortune cookie here too. Whoa, is it that one? That's the one that went flying across. What do we got here? Yep, self sabotage, which says the moment things start going well, you reach for chaos. That's not a coincidence. It's a defense mechanism. Ooh, the moment things start going well, you reach for chaos. It's not a coincidence. It's a defense mechanism. So I feel like that's a good thing for us to know too. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Marilyn, I see you. Thank you so much for your donation early. We'll get you added on here for the free readings. You'll be number 20. All right. Let me just check my emails. Okay, I think we're good. So we'll get back in here for the free readings. I think I did complete all the donations. Yes. All right. So April, you're up next. 5/19/11. So April, here is your timestamp. And how will September be for you? Let's take a look here based on your current energies. It's this one here. You got the King of Pentacles. Well, we like that. That's an abundance energy, one of the big abundance cards. So a lot of good stuff in the physical world unfolding, energy of fullness, completeness. You also have some significant like transformation regarding like self-worth during the month, because the one of the big things the King of Pentacles learns is when he defined himself by the outside world, which we're all taught to do usually when we're children, unless we're adopted by a Buddhist monastery when we're an infant. We're taught define yourself by the three buckets of relationships with humans of all kinds, situations, and things, right? And all of those things are unstable, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away. So relationships of all kinds, whether it's friends, family, lovers, whatever, they're unstable. We define ourselves by it, we feel unstable. Situations, jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever situational things, constantly changing, unstable. If we define ourselves by it, we feel unstable in things. Of course, breakdown, blow up, burn down, deteriorate, get stolen, whatever, all unstable, right? So, all of this is about realizing that everything in the outside world eventually points us inward to the only thing that is stable, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, right? Eternal meaning it never ends. That's pretty stable. Unconditional means no conditions, not even one. It just takes one thing to make something conditional. So there is this transformational energy of moving from the outside world where it's lacking and unstable, turning inward and upward and going, wow, look at the abundance I have. I'm priceless. You fill up with your self-love and overflow, then the outside world changes from feeling lacking to feeling like above and beyond extra. So I feel like you have an abundant feeling September, and that's part of your energy of realizing, even though the outside world feels full, there's pieces that you're still learning about your self-worth, that you're like, that stuff is unstable, even when there's big abundance things that, it's like a little puff for a second, but then it's gone, and it's like it's not lasting. And you're turning more and more inward and finding that confidence and that self-worth. So I love that for you. So that's what they got for you, April. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right, we have Minihio up next. So Minihio, here is your timestamp. So I am doing well. I hope you're doing well, Minnie Heal. What made your best thing happening for you soon before 2026 ends? All right, based on current energies, what can we know here? This one. Got the Hanged Man, which is a transformation. It's a huge transformation, though, because it's like the caterpillar turning into the butterfly. There's a major change that happens, and it comes from you seeing things differently from a different perspective. There's like something that's been holding you back, a belief around that something is supposed to be a certain way, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. And you something happens that causes you to question it and stand back. And you're like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. It's like a door is closed, something's keeping you, and it really causes you friction because you're like, I have to have that. It must be. And you're like, why? Why am I so driven? Why do I want that so badly? And then you realize, I don't need to have that. And it allows you to go, I'm going to go this direction. And that's what I want. And a smooth movement, a smooth transformation happens rather than trying to force something to happen that in your core, you really don't want. It's something that your mind says you're supposed to want, but your heart's like, "Yeah." So, hopefully that helps. That might make sense to you. But that's what they got. So many blessings to you. All right. And Radish, you're up 52405. There we go. Here is your timestamp. And will you purchase the phone next week? Will it it's the M55 that I want. Will it be the M55? So, will you purchase the phone next week based on current energies, and will it be the one you want? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, you've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is a yes abundance card, meaning, yeah, you will purchase it next week based on current energies. The Seven of Wands is if that's the one you want, then you get the one you want because the Seven of Wands is you not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not needing to defend what you want or don't want, but you asking for what you want and getting what you want. And I like that energy. So it's not about shrinking and, well, I don't deserve that, or what if this, it's like, you know what? Bam, I deserve this. And I'm going to get this for myself. And I like that energy, and you're able to do it. So that's based on current energies. If you want to do it, you got all the power to do it. So I like that. All right. Short and easy. That's what they have for you tonight. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P., you are up. Thank you so much for your multiple donations this eve. Here is your timestamp. And a general for you for love and work. All right. I feel like they are going to give you two. So for love, you got the Magician. For work, you got the Five of Swords. Oh, or Five of Wands. Looked like swords for a sec. So, Magician card for love. This is about what is it that you want. The Magician is about kind of like a GPS. Before you put energy towards something and step on the gas, it's trying to define, like for love, where am I at and where is it that I want to be in love? And then once you know that, then the GPS kicks in and it shows you the direction to go to get you there. And then it's about you following it though. You gotta put the energy behind it. You gotta put the fire behind it, the action behind it when to do that. Whether that is ending a relationship that doesn't serve you anymore because you're like, what I want, they can't give me and they're not willing to, or they keep saying they will and they never do, right? And you're like, okay, I need to choose for me. I need to, what is it? Where is it that I want to go? Not where do they want us to go? No, where do I want to go in love? Not in a relationship with a specific person, but for your dream, for what you're wanting. It's doing that. Five of Wands is a little bit of drama around work. It's a conflict. And I feel like, again, there is energy there, realizing kind of like with the Magician too, what is it that you want to achieve at work? What is it that you don't want any more of? You're the one that can change the energy. You don't have to go along with what everyone else is wanting. If they're wanting to be, pitiful, and that's not the word I was looking for, but that's what came out, pitiful. But it's if they want to be, nitpicky and blah 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 and cause drama or whatever, doesn't mean you have to. You don't have to accept every invitation, and you get to decide what you want and what you don't want, and you don't have to choose anything you don't want. That's one of the big freeing things is you never have to do anything you don't want to do. What? I know, but we have to be willing to face our consequences because our choices do bring results, but I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. And when you step into that power, it feels powerful, right? Right. So that's what they got for you, Maria. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then ascending universal butterfly, you are up. Thank you again for all the love and support. And I am doing well. Happy Saturday to you. Today is Friday where I'm at. Where are you? Are you on the other side of the planet? I don't even know where you're at. Um, but hello and happy whatever day it is wherever you are, because we are Friday, right? I'm not off on days. I don't know. You never know. But let's just move on to the message from Mother Mary. She knows what time it is. She's like, there is no time. That's what she says, right? So let's see. All right. Yeah, I feel like there's an opportunity that's coming up here for you that, um, you have the Four of Swords, which is, you know, looking at things from a higher perspective. These Nine of Swords are our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. It's nightmare and insomnia energy, but it's a lot of expectations that we feel needs to happen before this can happen. But they're saying rest, see things from a higher perspective, let those expectations go. Because with the Ace of Pentacles, there is something that is coming here for you, that you might think that you're not ready for, but they're saying you've been preparing for this for a very long time. You even have the Temperance card on the bottom of the deck here, which is where I get been a long time coming. You've been waiting for this, and the Seven of Wands underneath that is it's your time to shine, baby. Time to step out, not need to defend what you're wanting to do, what your choices are, not dimming your light, not asking permission. Just be you and shine bright because it is a dark night and you're a bright light that will shine on a hill and that people need right now, um, or they could use right now. We really don't need anything, right? But for the adventure, they could use a wonderful, wonderful bright light to guide them the way, kind of like a lighthouse on a rock during a storm where they know where the shores are that they could head toward. And I like that. I like that energy for you. So that's what Mother Mary has for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria M9P, you are up. Here's your timestamp. And a general for next week. Let's take a look here and see. Whoa. These cards go flying. Let me shuffle up here. Calm these energies down just enough. All right. So a general for next week. Got the Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords is, it's time. It's this, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and trying to get other people to live up to mine. I am just done. And there's this freedom that comes in with that because, we do get a lot of rules growing up around how things are supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. A lot of stories around what these things in the outside world mean and what we're supposed to achieve, and just a lot of pressure, which sucks the life out of your life instead of, saying, screw the rules and going, where's my heart leading me? Not where my mind is telling me I'm supposed to be or supposed to do, but where's your heart leading you? And there's this movement, this ending, this I'm ready to look into doing something that is more from my heart instead of from my head. And I feel like it's a good week to review that. It's a good week with this coming out of this, full moon in Pisces. We're getting ready to have a new moon in Virgo coming up. So you're in this energy of letting go of a lot. What am I ready to let go of so that I can plant something here in a couple weeks when the new moon in Virgo comes up? So I feel like that is kind of what next week kind of feels for you right now, at least one of the energies. So that's what they got for you, right? So many blessings to you. Thank you for being here. All right, Carmel Damon, you are up. So Carmel, here is your timestamp. Your little 33 energy. So what's DL's current feelings and intentions towards you? All right, DL. What's going on here? Okay, get these two here. Yeah, their current feelings, the 4 of Cups, is like a kind of a stagnant emotional energy. And the 7 of Wands is an energy of kind of this I wanna be me energy. I just wanna shine bright. It's a me, me, me time. It's not so much about an us or a you. It's like I want to be able to not dim my light, not ask permission, not, try to be something everyone else wants me to be. I need to be me. And I don't want to get smothered because the 4 of Cups energy of that stagnancy, it's almost like with this Wands fire energy. It's like when you put a flame in, like a jar and you put the lid on the jar, the oxygen all burns away and the flame goes out. And I feel like this is the kind of energy that they're feeling is that they feel kind of like they don't want to be smothered. They don't want stagnancy and and I feel like they're in this energy of wanting I say wanted to be free, free to be themselves, free to be the authentic self, not try to have someone change them or try to be. So I feel like the intentions right now are they're really focusing on themselves rather than, someone else, you or anyone else. So hopefully that helps. I know. Get this energy with them a lot. Sometimes we do fall for people for the possibility of who they could be, but whoever they keep showing you they are, believe them because they're showing you who they are, right? Hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. And we got Ruby G 535. Oops. Yeah, 31. There we go. So Ruby, thank you for your donation earlier. And in the 1920, oh, sorry, is the 1920s home that you're in love with the one? Is it worth pursuing? All right, based on current energies, let's take a look here. We've got the Knight of Pentacles, which is a very slow, slow, slow journey getting there. You have the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom, which is a Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy that comes in. But it I don't know. It feels like that's a very, very slow path to get to that one. In fact, you know, maybe that's something for the future. Like the Knight of Pentacles is something that eventually unfolds in the future, but for now, um, it feels like something else. Take action towards something else that's more nurturing for right now. Because I feel like it's gonna take a lot of tender loving care. And right now you don't need more, it's like have something that's secure and easy and ready to move into and then work towards something and do the research and of course do the inspections and all of that because there's a lot of outdated things and um it's going to need a lot of loving nurturing to have it be up to code and for Here goes the plumbing, here goes electricity, here goes this, here goes that. It's like, we're not ready for that right now in your life. They're like, later, later. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right, Livie Vagara, you are up. So Livie A, let's grab your timestamp here. Maybe. All right, there we go. Good to see you. Happy weekend. So general energies for the coming new week. All right, let's see what we got going in here. Well, all right. It feels like a busy week. You have the Ace of Wands, which is a lot of like a spark and energy, a go, go, go energy. And underneath you have the Eight of Pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, but you get the reward kind of energy. So I feel like next week feels like a really go, 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 go. But you feel accomplished. You feel like you're getting the fruits of your labor and you're seeing the results and even get reward, for it, whether it's an internal feeling or an external, you know, recognition or a gift card. I don't know. That's what they used to do. Here's a gift card for Starbucks, $5, which would buy a half of a coffee. You're like, oh, thank you. I'll add it to my other one and see what I can get. Maybe I can get a free sample. But I like this energy. It does feel abundant. It feels like you really work your butt off, but you get the reward for it too. So I like that for you. This feels like smoothness, like you're in this zone of getting things done. You know what you're doing, and you feel like, all right, everything's falling into place, kind of energy. So I like that. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. Cheers, cheers to you. And I'm gonna give you a cheers so I can take something to drink. All right. And then we got Cat Goddess. Hey, Cat Goddess, 539.29 is yours. And you'd like to know about the month ahead, advice, guidance, or whatever else you need to know or could potentially expect possibly. All right, let's see here for September ahead, right? You got the Seven of Wands. Yeah. Beautiful time of standing true to your authentic self. Stand bright like the sun. Don't ask permission to shine. Just shine, baby, shine. And don't dim your, like I said, don't dim your light, but you don't have to ask permission. You don't have to try to defend who you are and what you're doing. And this month is all about when you shine bright, you're seen, you stand out. When you dim your light, you blend in with everyone else around you and you're not seen. And next month, it feels like it's important for you to be seen. So be yourself, step out. It's an opportunity. Feel like uh, if you've been holding yourself back, now's the time to take a bold step because I feel like the energies really support you moving into something, standing out. And that's the beginning. You stand out, and then something else happens, and something else happens, and something else happens throughout the months ahead. So, this is an important kind of pivotal time. So, when you have an opportunity to stand out, do it. And that's what they have. All right. So, many blessings to you, Cat Goddess. All right. And then we got Twins Pika. You're up 541.07 for yours. And so, how does Stephen feel about you now? Is he planning to go no contact? Why is he cold and silent all of a sudden? Should you inquire with his dad about what's going on? All right, let's take a look here. Now, I know free readings are just like one question. I mean, one card. So we'll see how much we can get from one card around all that. So just so you know. All right. Well, you've got the Ace of Swords. They got the Nine of Swords on the bottom, which is expectations, insomnia, nightmares, intense dreams, more intense dreams. I don't really believe in nightmares. We get intense dreams to remember them. So you might be having some stuff appearing in your dream. Realize that's for you. And if they're intense, they're so you remember them when you wake up. Otherwise, they'll just blend and you'll be like, I know I dreamt, I can't remember what. But if it's like, oh my God, there was a clown that was actually a rhinoceros and they were balancing on a ball, Holding a stick of dynamite. What does that mean? You remember all the details waking up and you write them down because the symbolism means something for you, right? So I feel like that's important to know here. Um, with the Ace of Swords, this is all about clarity, seeing things from a different perspective. It is about new communication, kind of energy that comes in here, right? So, how Steven feels about you now, the Ace of Swords would be that they're trying to figure things out. They're up in their head. They're trying to gain clarity around what they want and what they don't want. Um, is he planning to go no contact? Ace of Swords would be new communication, which would be no. Once he figures this out, I feel like that he'll contact you some way. There will be some sort of communication with the Ace of Swords energy that comes in there. Um, why is he cold and silent all of a sudden? You know, the Nine of Swords would be this energy of they feel like you have a lot of expectations of who they're supposed to be and who they're not being. And that doesn't mean that's true. This is what they're thinking, right? They're afraid of failure. They're afraid that they're falling short and they feel like all that they're told is who they're not being, what they're not doing, and they feel like they're failing. This idea of expectations that's in their head that they had even before they met you, but they're just projecting on you because that's what they project on everyone. Everyone has these expectations. We realize in life, no one has the same expectations. We all have all these stories that we all believed that none of them are true. We get to decide what story we put to things, right? So I feel like, that he will um, reach out once he figures this out. Um, and I don't know. I mean, should you inquire with his dad about what's going on? I don't, I don't, there's no shoulds, in spirit world, there's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. But I feel like the not knowing of all this is part of your adventure. I know we hate that too, don't we? But it's feeling out of control. The not knowing is what drives us crazy, but the Ace of Swords also talks about your power of story, and that when you're feeling anxious, you're feeling fear, what's at the root of that is not what's going on out there, what people are saying and not saying, what they're doing or not doing, but it's the story that you're and you can ask yourself, "What am I making this mean about me?" Because it doesn't matter what dad says or not or whatever. At the root, it's what story you're making this silence and things about you. I must not be worthy of having contact, or maybe I did something wrong. Am I failing? Do I have too many expectations? Am I this? Am I that? Whatever. It doesn't matter because you're creating the story about what their actions mean about you. They don't mean anything about you. It's whatever's going on in them. They're in fight or flight mode. And what do we do when we're in fight or flight mode? We either fight or we flight. And what are they doing? Silent all of a sudden is flight. So something scared them and they're reacting. And that's about them and their fears, not about you. Right. So I would say, spare their father so they don't worry about them, because there's nothing like feeling like you're trying to control and trying to uh, over someone else by going to their parents or going to their father or going to someone going, "What's going on? Are they okay? They're not talking back to me," and da 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 da. That's a bit of control energy, right? So I would back off and allow them to be an adult. And then you get to focus in on what fears you have coming up. Why does that matter so much, right? What story are you creating? And that can bring some freedom there. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, Donna Marie, you are up 54709. So, Donna Marie, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a message from Spirit. All right, how are you? Are you enjoying this full moon energy? Pisces, yum, 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 yum. All right, let's see what Spirit has here for you. Yeah, you got the Seven of Cups on the bottom and the Two of Cups upright for your reading. The Two of Cups is the power of emotional choice, and the Seven of Cups energy, I feel like this message coming through from Spirit that there is no wrong emotion. There's just different emotions with different experiences, different outcomes, and it's important to feel all of the feels and feel all the emotions. Lower vibration emotions, feel uncomfortable because admittedly they're not what we're used to on the other side. We're used to higher vibration, but we come down here to experience them like this giant tapestry. If it was all black, we wouldn't see this design. If it was all white, we wouldn't see that design and all of those. We wouldn't see, right? So it creates a beautiful contrast to show us more about ourselves, to understand who we are. The more we experience sadness, the more we understand the depths of happiness. We understand both sides, right? They're just different. You can look at them as different ends of a temperature gauge. Our emotions, it's when is hot, hot, and cold, cold. It varies from different, right? It's just they're just different temperatures. There's not a bad temperature and a good temperature. There's just different temperatures. We may not prefer 100 degrees Fahrenheit unless you do. There are people that love the heat. Those crazy people. I'm a winter baby, so I love colder weather, which people think I'm crazy too. Like when I'd visit our Cleveland office, our home office, uh, every once in a while, we'd fly back for big meetings, and it would snow, and I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I love the snow." Over there, it snows, it lasts. Here in Colorado, it can snow and be gone in a couple hours. It doesn't last. We hardly have any snow that, unless it's in the shade, that it lasts for very long at all. So they wanted to throw me out in the snowbank. And this is all about emotions are right or wrong. No, they're just different in that you get to choose it. And the power of choice of emotional choices. If you're feeling something in a moment and you don't like feeling that way, the great news is that you don't have to feel it anyway. You don't have to suppress it. You can just feel it for 90 seconds. Don't push it down because when you do, it just keeps looping and it lasts and lasts and lasts. But when you allow yourself to just process it, and then you can choose a different emotion, and you have that power. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. Donna Marie, that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Have a good one. All right. Swaroop Bobby, you are up. So Swaroop. Here's your timestamp. Any time frame, please, for long-term job. It's getting delayed. All right, let's take a look here. We'll do I haven't used any timing cards tonight, so let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, time frame. Wow, yeah, we got June. June of next year, right? But, when we're looking at those energies, you know, we'll pull a card here just to see what can we know about this long-term job here. We've got temperance, which is when we trust here, that everything is unfolding on purpose for a purpose. But things go slow when we get a temperance card or any of the other seven of pentacles, knight of pentacles. There's these energies, that slowness, and it does happen for us to give us an opportunity to question some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets so we can free things, because the things that slow down are low vibrational. A thought, an expectation of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, a need and a want energy, right? If we have this need and want and we're desiring, to have, then we're focusing on have not, really, because if I need something, that means I feel like I'm missing something in my life. The more we focus on gratitude in the moment for what we have and have had, the more we draw things toward us. I probably mentioned this before. I do have a podcast called Abundance. Well, it's The Easier Path, but the episode Oops, nope, I didn't. I must not have done it. Where is it at? I captured a blank space. That's why. Here we go. There's the timestamp. I mean, it's the timestamp, but the link to the episode Abundance, Where It Be, and it talks about our energy, some other things as well. I posted in the chat just now. I'll post it in the pinned comment at the end of the session, right by your time as well. But it talks about our energy, talks about our inner child. And that means that if there's things that are like June is like getting pushed back, that there's a belief that we can change on the inside of us that will bring things faster toward us. And we're the ones in charge of that. It's not the universe punishing us or we did something wrong. It's our energy. If I'm focusing on lack, I want more lack, is what my energy asks for. When I'm focusing on gratitude, it draws in more things to be grateful for, which can be a job, right? So hopefully that helps. If you are looking at this in between me completing this session and posting the pinned comment, the link is at the bottom in the description area of this stream. Or if you click on my name and go to my main page, the playlist is at the top for the easier path. It's number 14, Abundance, Where It Be. All right. So many blessings to you. Right, and then we've got Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Here's your timestamp. You want to know if you'll be selected in the Masters in your desired program at the NUST, N-U-S-T. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you be accepted? Right. You know, based on current energies, it looks like it's going to be delayed. You got the Hanged Man, which there's something that happens here. It's giving you an opportunity to see something from a different perspective. That was the bottom of the deck. And you have the Eight of Cups, which is you walking away from something that doesn't serve you anymore. So I feel like there's something else that's more where your heart is drawing you. And it could be a different place with the same type of program or the same place, but a different program, whichever applies for you here. But it feels like you're not selected for that. Something happens where they remove spots or something falls through, whatever, because it feels like there's a pause and on everything. And it's like, okay, well, what other program can I get into? Is there something else I'd prefer? Or is there somewhere else that I could head towards? And I feel like you'll overhear it from other people because other people that are wanting to get in that master's program also are like, what? No way. Well, you know what? I'm going to go try over here. There's a similar program that blah, blah, blah. And you're like, what? What is that? So keep your ears open too, because I feel like there's a different pathway that you go on with all that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And Ken's her, you are up 555. 39. So Cancer, here's your time stamp. And then will your mom Libra end the friendship that she's had with Daniel and Maritza in the near future? All right, based on their current energy, is she going to end in the near future? It doesn't seem to be here. Got the Three of Pentacles on the bottom, the King of Pentacles as the overall energy. Abundance, fullness, earthing, grounding, collaboration, togetherness, three people together. So it doesn't seem like the energy right now is leaning towards that, at least in the near future. It seems like they're kind of just staying grounded and staying in the energy of what is. But it doesn't feel like that they'll make that a rash decision. You know, Libra, they're good at balancing things and finding ways to bring balance. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now. All right. So many blessings to you. Have a good one. All right. And then Jojo, you got 557. Thank you for all of your donations tonight. I love it. I love it. Hope you're enjoying your sleep. Anyone know, did the woman at work like you, like this or like that, or was she quite not sure herself? All right, let's take a look here. So was she sure or just All right, let's take a look here. You know, you've got on the bottom of the deck, you have the moon energy, and then you have for your main reading the hermit. So I feel like the not sure of yourself would be more the direction because the hermit is kind of an introvert to themselves, and that moon energy is a lot of hidden stuff, though, a lot of emotion below the surface, right? A huge heart, a lot of emotion, very empathic, likes to stay away and keeps to themselves because everyone's energy right now in their life are overwhelming for them, especially with this eclipse energy and this powerful full moon. If it was around this last period, it's going to be impacting us. It impacts us 4 to 6 to 8 weeks before and after the the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse that we just had. So it can be some energy that's influencing him there, but it does feel like it's this, you know, kind of energy of more the pulling back into the hermitude. So more of the not I wouldn't I mean even not sure of oneself, but just I like to be alone kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Right. That's the gut for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Bay, you are up 5:58:56. So Bay, here is your timestamp. And a general reading. Let's take a look here and see. All right. Hey, you got the Empress. Well, we like this. This is all about abundance and fullness, harvest energy. It is also an energy of being true to yourself and mothering and nurturing your own self. It's like a permission slip in a way to all this that you give and you give and you give. Sometimes you give until you're exhausted. Sometimes you give even after that until you're resentful, right? So this is about you deserve all this love first, and it's about you filling up and overflowing, allowing, yourself to be a chalice instead of a barrel where you plug everyone in and push out all your energy where you don't get filled up and you feel empty and empty and empty and then exhausted, right? This is about releasing all of this, energy of feeling you have to do everything for everyone else, focusing on you like a chalice. You get to fill up, and then everyone else gets the overflow. Because the biggest gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you. Oh, mentally exhausted, yeah. Um, and it's that I'm worried about what everyone is thinking, and am I living up to their expectations, and I'm trying to get other people to live up to mine, and I'm monitoring everyone because I need to know, there's all this freedom that can come in here. If you haven't checked out my podcast, my one of my recent episodes is what they think of me, and that's really coming in strong. If you want a free resource, that's the link right there. And it talks about, why do we care about what people think and feel about us? And there's this freedom that comes, and setting ourselves free from that. And that podcast talks about how to make that easier than harder, right? And that we get to really um, change the impact of that and this wonderful relaxation that comes when we free everyone else from our you know, expectations and free ourselves from trying to live up to everyone else's. So I feel like there's a great amount of abundance here. So I like this really. That comes in here, right? Yeah. So this overthinking, maybe that podcast might help. Trust me, I know. I used to be a severe overthinker. Being an Aquarius sun and a Capricorn rising, big mental thinking energy, and then I have all my water in my chart that helps balance it out now. But I used to be big overthinker and, all about I gotta make everything perfect. I gotta be in control of things. There's surrender energy that just sets you free. So yeah. 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 So your Cancer sign, energy. But you might have some air in your chart too. That might be taking you into the air, right? Yeah. Yeah, because depression is rooted, well, there can be chemical stuff too, but a lot of depression is rooted in fear, and that's the sadness. It's the fear of failure, the fear of not being enough, of not having enough, and, so there is some energy there. Oh, Libra moon, there you go. Yeah. So, that's the scales. Yeah, but check out that, podcast and see if that helps you out as well. I feel like that's where spirit is pointing you, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of fear in this world. Definitely, it's a giant amusement park full of fear rides, so, yeah, it's no surprise that we're a civilization of anxiety because 'cause we've got so many emotional monsters, mental monsters instead of real physical danger, so we live in that supposed to be energy, yeah. I love it. I love that for you. Alright, well, that's what they got for you, babe. Thank you again. Hang in there. Let me know if you do watch that video. Let me know what you think. Alright, so many blessings to you. Have a good night. And then Marilyn, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier. So for your free reading here. Mm, right? I agree, bae. It kind of is that way. All right. So you want to know, has Mrs. Jackson spoken to Sammy regarding the project? And if so, is he going to do it? All right, let's take a look here. All right. We got the Eight of Pentacles. We got the King of Swords. Eight of Pentacles, you know, is an energy of transformation and like putting in the work kind of energy here. Um, so I do feel like Mrs. J has spoken to Samuel because it's like they're putting in the work to have it happen. So I do feel like with that being your main card, that's it. Underneath the surface, is he going to do it? It's kind of undetermined. You got the King of Swords, big thinker, big overthinker, really thinking about a lot of scenarios and kind of energy. It's like right now, they're, kind of the in between. Um, it's like they're gathering a lot of data to determine it. At this second in time, this point in time, are they? Yeah, they've got a lot of concerns right now, but that's that's where they're at right now. And so I feel like if we give them time, it's almost like Samuel has to. I gotta know all the unknowns. I don't like unknowns. I need to do it. So until I do, I feel anxious, and then I want to run from it instead of run to it. Kind of energy that comes in, but it feels like right now they're kind of still gathering a lot of data, try to figure things out. So hopefully that helps. I know. But, give them time. That's what they need, time to feel comfortable, and then we'll see what they end up doing. It right now, they kind of feel like they're have, uh, concerns, but it's because they haven't done all their work yet. All right, so that's what they got for you, Marilyn. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody, I do believe that is everything we have for this evening. If you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, of course, the link is always down in the description area of the video. Boom, boom. Here it is here. It's also on my main page. If you haven't checked out the video about my new updates to my live streams, there is a chance at winning one of my energetic hedges in that video. So if you check it out and wait till the end or skip to the end, but if you listen to it through to the end, you'll hear how to get into the drawing that's coming up on September 9th. We'll have two, one for my original, it's a secret, people that did watch it all the way through when it first came out. You guys will be in a separate drawing, and then you also be included in the drawing with everyone else who's commented since then. Since I let the secret out, it's me. I can I can break my own secrets. So, but that tells you all about that. So that's what we got, everyone. I will be back tomorrow night. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I'll be back tomorrow. Till then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So, till I see you guys again, enjoy the dream time with all this Pisces full moon energy that'll be around with us a little while. And I'll see you when I see you, right? Have a great night. Love you guys.